Oh. Okay. Hi, Gold Panner. I don't know. I'm getting the feeling that if you prepare things too early, YouTube forgets how to deal with it when you actually try and go live. Yep. Here I are, Chris. I don't know. I hit go live and it just goes. Jeez. They're so screwed up. Hey, Wolfman. Got 6. Should get a couple more here pretty quick.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Jeff. Oh my goodness. YouTube sucks. Hey, Terry. Eva says hi. Terry says hi, Eva.
Hi, Terry.
Chris says hi, Eva.
Hi, Chris.
Wolfman says hi, Eva.
Hi, Wolfman.
Jeff says, how you doing, Jim? Oh. Anyhow.
Jim say he's doing fine.
Okay, how's it going? Smoking?
Jim's not here because Bear's dying of coronavirus.
Oh, yes, it's horrible. Horrible. Hopefully I'll make it to the end of the live stream. I think your caps lock is on, Jim. Anyhow. Okay, so I'm supposed to have this eye operated on Thursday, do cataract surgery. So they do a coronavirus test because you're going to be using a facility, and it came back positive. They called me up, I don't know, about 3:30 this afternoon. I went in there this morning, and hi, Shyler. And so I went back there and had them do another test, but I won't find the results out on that until tomorrow sometime. So we'll see what happens. I'm kind of worried because there's stitches in this eye still from the cataract surgery. I'm just wondering how long they can leave them in there. It's already, usually it's about 1 week between surgeries. Mine's already over 2 weeks because of some scheduling issues. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here. So anyhow, I feel fine. I may have a little teeny bit of a runny nose, but I may also having 2 Q-tips stuck up my nose in one day. Plus, I'm still taking eye drops for this eye here. Well, that reminds me, I got to start taking the eye drops for the other eye. Well, I'll find out tomorrow. But anyhow, so yeah, if I got COVID, I probably got the Omicron because it just, let's say that the only thing I can feel at all is a little bit of a runny nose, but it's within normal operating parameters for me. So if I hadn't got a positive test, I wouldn't, think there was anything going on at all. Okay. So as far as I can tell, I'm fine now. Due to the information, especially Dr. John Campbell on YouTube, who goes through a lot of statistics and stuff. And I've already been 2 weeks, Terry. That's the problem. I got this done on the 6th. So yeah, it's already been 2 weeks today. And it was supposed to come out in a couple, on Thursday. Now they're saying, 3 weeks after that. So I'm not so sure. But anyhow, say Dr. John Campbell gives lots of information, statistics, and this and that and the other. And one thing was that vitamin D seems to have a very good effect in terms of fighting the coronavirus if you take it before you get it. Same with zinc. So we've been making sure I've been taking 4,000 IU of vitamin D per day, and plus whatever's in the multivitamin, and there's enough zinc in the multivitamin to meet the recommendation there. So I should be about as well protected as one can be. No, that's fine, Kodak. What I've been doing right now, possibly Skylar, although I don't know if I can get any in town. No, David, it's just YouTube. So, anyhow, what I've been doing on the resin testing is trying to do like proof of concept, trying to actually get it to work at all to make sure that I didn't request stuff that wasn't going to work. Hey, Secret Squirrel. And therefore, I went and was working under rather primitive conditions. But yeah, I'm not worried, Terry. I've already dodged death 3 times: kidney cancer, stroke, aortic aneurysm. Yeah, if you wanted me dead, I'd have been dead a long time ago. So anyhow, the whole thing on the resin furnacing thing was to see if it worked at all, and if so, was it approximately what we would expect? And the answer to that is, in that one case, yes. I mean, I don't know if we can see that here. And there's that bead right there. Let's see, I can backlight it maybe a little bit. But there's the bead in there. And that's about 3 millimeters. It looks, I'm guessing, a little bit less than 3 millimeters. It's too big for my standard pen microscope. And yeah, that's what I'm doing, John, is vitamin D and zinc. And yeah, Skylar, that's a little bit smaller than I think a standard BB, but considering it's from 1 gram of resin, that's pretty significant. And so that's basically given us the proof of concept. And now we're going to order in a furnace. Chris and I will be working out a few details tomorrow on that. Some bigger crucibles. The furnace we're using not only not hot enough, but those little carbon crucibles, when you start pushing things, start eroding, and therefore, holes start appearing, which is not exactly what you want. So we're looking at getting a small electric furnace that's rated to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and so with some larger crucibles and those little dinky things, we can do a bigger batch, which makes things a lot easier because those little crucibles, they cool real fast, etc. And there's a lesser charge depth and things like that. So I may do a few other small scale. Yeah, I know, Chris. Unfortunately, I have to say the setup is pretty poor. And so, as I say, I've been working just to try and do proof of concept, and it seemed to work. This particular bead here, at assuming it was 3 millimeters exactly, which it isn't, it's less than that. At least the longest dimension is right about 3 millimeters, so it's smaller than that. But if it was a 3 millimeter sphere precisely, it would have a specific gravity of 15, or actually 14.7 or something like that. And therefore, I say, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but about the only metal that melts at those temperatures with a specific gravity greater than 15 would be gold. I mean, I know tungsten's real heavy. I know the platinum group is real heavy, but I don't think any of those, I mean, none of those melt at those temperatures. I don't know if there's anything else. And yeah, I need a fume hood. That's correct. No, David, I won't allow Eva to participate.
Bummer.
So
I want to play with toxic chemicals.
no, he wants to go play strip poker. Okay. And I say, so the only thing I could think of is it's a gold alloy, which makes perfect sense. Assuming it's a gold alloy with, say, lead or silver, then it should be, if it was equal parts, it'd be about around 15. Considering the amount of gold should have been about 0.11 grams. So about half of that 0.21 gram bead. You know, combine that with silver or lead, and you wind up with a specific gravity right around that 15. So I'm pretty, you know, pretty confident that what we got is a bead about 50% gold. Yeah, when you saw those sparkles from that one that I was doing, yeah, it kind of evaporated there, I think, too. It's really, really frustrating trying to use that torch. And Skylar, you're going to get a great Ret 6 return. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, Thalia, we have snow.
Hi, Thalia.
We got about 6 to 10 inches. I mean, sorry, 6 to 8 inches out there. Yeah, Chris, that's my thought too. Again, it's just really, really hard to get it hot enough with the torch without accidentally getting it too hot. Yep. Well, it's also pretty cold here, so there's, you know, not a whole lot of ice. No, I do not, gold miner. And so let's say the basic plan is tomorrow I'll present a list of materials to the claim owner and get authorization for purchasing, get some bigger crucibles, a bigger cone mold, and an electric furnace, 110 volt, 15 amp, something, you know. There's one, I forget the brand name. Chris sent me the brand name. He sent me a couple of them. He's been very, very helpful as usual. And it'll hold like 4 30-gram assay crucibles at once. Tightly, not a whole lot of room, but I'm thinking with a small amount of power, say 1500 watts or whatever, you want the smallest furnace you can work with to focus that heat. And I also got to see if it comes with a thermostat control. I think it's got a timer control on it, but anyhow. Stand one of the totes on a corner and put a fitting in the bottom. Could you percolate from the bottom corner? Probably smoking. It would basically be a conical bottom tank. The structural elements get a little complex, and that's I'm thinking we can probably just buy a conical bottom tank cheaper than that. We also have a steep-sided, 4-sided hopper that we could extend the verticals a bit, and we'd have I think it's about a 4 foot across conical bottom tank that way. He's got a lot of interesting stuff sitting out there in his boneyard. Interesting.
Back 40. It is not a boneyard. It's a back 40.
Okay.
really deep.
Okay, gold miner. Electric furnace typically don't get over 2,000. If they do, it takes a long time to get there and a long time to get back up to temperature. I'd suggest propane. This particular furnace I was looking at is $500. Skylar, brand new. I do not disagree with that concept, gold miner. This particular one, well, there's a couple of them that we're looking at, but they're rated at about 2,300. I think it's like 23, 25, which is like 1,200 centigrade, which is why it's such a weird number. And that's one reason I wanted a smaller furnace at the same output, because they make a bigger one with the same output, and I think, well, that's just going to take even longer to get hot. So I thought that was a bad idea. On the other hand, a slow coming up to temperature might be good for what I'm trying to do right now, which is to cook this resin. Okay, John. Yeah, it isn't, Skylar. So that's what I'm thinking. Yes, we do need to build a fume hood too. Depends. Yes, John, absolutely. Higher voltage, a 220 volt would be better. And so I say, Chris and I will be discussing ins and outs and stuff, and come up with more specifics. Where are you at, Mike? I certainly like free. Free is a nice price. Thank you, Smoking. Yeah, I say we've proven that the basic concept works reasonably well. Not sure what the optimum parameters are. Man, I can't. Velour to Fidal? Mike, that's the weirdest thing I've seen. Yeah, and Chris likes furnaces using old oil. We definitely have plenty of old oil.
Well, propane's not working real well in these temperatures.
I understand the insulation thing, gold miner. Not sure again. I say Chris and I will be going over details, but thank you for bringing these things up. And yeah, I understand that. That's why we are like that. Oh, Hartselle, Colorado. Okay. I hope it's not bad, Mike. I hope they're just having a dyslexic evening. If they're injured, I hope they heal quickly. So that my thought was that the furnace we get this time, again, will wind up being a Kupelling furnace in the long run, and then an actual melting furnace. If we were going to do a lot of fire assays, we'll probably get a propane fired muffle furnace or something like that. For just a smelting furnace, yeah, a propane over waste oil might be very good. Of course, if Mike wants to give me one free, we can make do, I'm sure. What's the time frame you're looking at, Mike? I mean, is this something you do all the time, or are you set up to do easily, or is this something that would take a while? Give me an idea on that. Yeah, John. Apparently, Chris is familiar with all that too. I've never built one. I understand the basic process, but again, what a lot of people may not understand is I know a lot of things in general, but there's a lot of things I haven't specifically done myself. So that's one of the things. I'm learning all the time, which I like to do. I enjoy learning. So doing new stuff that I haven't done before, that's a lot less boring than doing it for the 12th time. 1 month. Okay. Um, tell you what, let me give you my email here. Hard rock you at outlook.com. Hey,
I don't have anything major for the tinfoil hat report tonight. I will say something.
And I say we can discuss the details via email and go from there, Mike. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much, Kodak. By the way, Eva says she doesn't have anything major for the tinfoil hat report today, so I don't know. It's hard to tell what she might come up with.
If anybody has any suggestions, type them in the box.
She says if anyone has any suggestions you want her to research in the next hour for the tinfoil hat, put them in the comments here, and I'll send them her way. Yeah, one time I just took a drum, like a 20-gallon oil drum, and a vacuum cleaner on blow. And yeah, I could get it pretty freaking hot in there real easily. Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Skylar says chemtrails. Let's see. But yeah, so I'm thinking an electric furnace to start, and that would then transition to a Q-pelling furnace for later, but big enough so we could actually do a fire assay if we wanted to. And the okay, John, if you can send me a link at your convenience to one, I'd be interested in that. Yep, there's Chris coming through again. But anyhow, so that's, we're going to be considering the actual furnace options for smelting the resin. We don't need high heat fast. As a matter of fact, we're probably better off bringing the temperature up relatively slowly, because of the idea is to kind of trap the gases in the furnace. I will need a fume hood to do this properly and safely, but that's pretty easy to do. And I'll be working on that once I decide what kind of furnace and stuff to do. And then I can go to, it's probably going to be a week or two before we really get going on that again. Really, Gold Miner? Could you give me the model numbers on that? I'd be very interested, because that's one of the brands that we were looking at. I say, because you can, in the catalog or the thing, they'll have a rated heat. Yeah. And whether it achieves that or not is an entirely different story. Yeah, John, that's not easy. I agree, especially when you're past your prime and then you get whacked by something. Um, you just don't have that endurance and ability to just keep pounding away like you used to. So it makes it harder to catch up. And so that's the basic plan there. Now I'm also planning on starting the process of trying to get a good, um, field test for gold, both from solution and from the rock. Now the rock I've done before, and assuming I could find the same test paper, which I don't see the Kodak brand, but I presume others will do the same thing, and I've got some of it. Um, it's just a matter of essentially an aqua regia digestion, followed by an extraction into MIBK. It's an organic solvent, and then evaporate the MIBK over dilute chloronitric acid, and that one um, worked just fine for ore samples. I never tried it on solution samples, but I don't see any reason in theory why I couldn't acidify the solution to the point where we get to essentially the same spot and then go into the MIBK. Well, thanks a lot, Tyler. Appreciate it. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. It helps out. So the idea is basically you make a gold chloride ion in solution and then just transfer it to the MIBK. And what that does is it eliminates a lot of garbage in the solution. All the other active ingredients and a lot of other metals and stuff. And then when you evaporate the MIBK over the dilute chloronitric acid, you have a very precise environment which to precipitate the gold from. Yeah, John, this whole Eco Goldex dissolution and then refining through that may work pretty well for that too. Chris, if we were to mix, say, 1 part solution, a leach solution, with 2 parts of aqua regia, that'd give me about the concentration of acid I was starting with when I was digesting rock samples. Do you think that basically all the other active chemicals would be neutralized, burned up, transmuted, whatever, and I'd wind up with gold chloride ions in solution that we could extract into MIBK, and then rinse the MIBK and then evaporate it? What species do you think we'd create doing that? And I know you're concerned about fumes, but I'm building a fume hood for other reasons too. It is an extractant for the gold. Let me do on my whiteboard here. Where did I put my? Oh, there they are. Now here's basically what I was doing years ago. Okay. And I'll try leaving that light on in the room or turning it off and seeing what happens here. Let me turn this one off. Come on. Yeah, see, I get such poor lighting on that board there. So, see what happens if I just turn it a little sideways.
Yeah. You can also try turning on the light directly over it.
Oh, yeah, I could try that too.
Yeah.
Let me try a little lighting here, folks. See what happens. And I look a little funny, but I can turn that light off when I'm not. Okay. So here's the methodology I used to use. I would start with Aqua Regia. I'll just abbreviate that, Aqua Regia AR. Plus or, and digest it. Okay. Then from there, settle and remove some liquid. Now, if I took equal amounts of ore and Aqua Regia, say 50 grams plus 50 grams, then assuming all the gold dissolved into the Aqua Regia, my concentration would remain essentially the same. Now I could remove some of that. Look, let's say I had 50 mils in there. I take out 10 mils and then contact the Aqua Regia with the MIBK. Now this was all done very simply. I was actually using those little plastic film bottles as my reaction chambers, okay? And I think it was 10 grams of ore and 10 mils of Aqua Regia. And react it, then shake it, and agitate it, make sure it was all stirred up. Be careful, if you've got a limestone, the Aqua Regia will generate a lot of gas and the lid will pop off, doing bad things. And this Aqua Regia was actually diluted. It was about 1/3 the concentration. Okay, so now I've got the sample of Aqua Regia, and pull that out, filter it, about 5 mils of it, into a test tube. And these little plastic test tubes about this big, very similar in many ways to this. Screw cap test tube, but a lot smaller. Then I would put 5 mils of, no, I think it was 2.5 mils of MIBK in it. Shake it up. And then, see, I now did a 2-to-1 concentration. I went from 5 mils of acid to 2 mils of MIBK, so I've increased it. 5 mils Aqua Regia plus 2.5 mils MIBK. Then, I said it was filtered into the test tube, so I just shake it, let it separate. The MIBK separates the top like oil on water. Then I pull 1 mil of MIBK out and evaporate it over, I believe it was 0.5 milliliter of Aqua Regia in the cap of one of those film canisters. So now I get 1 mil MIBK to 1/2 mil 1/10 Aqua Regia. Okay, actually it's probably more about 1/30. I think it was 10-to-1 of this stuff, just enough to easily maintain the gold chloride in solution. And then from there, I would take a capillary tube, and I've shown it before. If you want me to go get them, I will. I think they're up there in the other room. When you take a capillary tube, tilt the camera up. A little too much. Okay. And see if we lost anything. Anyhow, so a capillary tube is a little thin glass tube about this long and like 1 millimeter in size. And you just stick it in the liquid. It'll capillary up. That's why they call it a capillary tube. And I had a little stand and just set it on top of a piece of test paper. It was a test paper for checking for silver in photographic solutions. And as it would go down through, all of the gold in that solution would precipitate in the diameter of the inside of the capillary tube until such time as it completely reacted there. Then it would start working out. So in low concentrations, you'd look at the color and how dark was the gray. And then on higher concentrations, you look at how big is the gray. I mean, the black at that point. For the concentrations we're dealing with, it's all going to be black spots of different sizes, you know? And so the whole idea is to, just get the gold in a form that the test paper will precipitate in a medium that will allow it to precipitate and stay precipitated. And then you put it in a capillary tube and you focus all that solution on one spot on the test paper. And I was using like little, 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch squares of test paper was all I was using on a 2-inch square piece of glass. And to hold it, I just had some alligator clips on little pieces of wire, block of wood, drill a hole, bend the wire so that it will hold it there. It worked fine. And so I was running, my detection limit was typically 1/100th of an ounce per ton of gold. And, there's no effective maximum until you're up in the multi-ounce per ton stuff. And there was one time I saw a huge dot. And I'm like, holy crap, what is that? We had it assayed, 40 ounces per ton. That's what it was. Darn it, the guy wouldn't show us where it was. But anyhow, so I think by using the same basic chemistry, we should get the same basic results, but with the leach solutions, basically just digest and acidify the whole leach solution is my concept. Now, according to Chris, this can evolve some toxic gases. So it have to be done under a fume hood. Dyslexic. It's the COVID. But anyhow, so that's what I'm going to be working on also over the next week or two to see if we can get into that. I've already got the capillary tubes and the test paper theoretically. So basically I can run this test. I'll just have to make sure I do it in a, good wind, so to speak, a nice breeze, and see whether that chemistry works. Yeah, John, it's amazing what you can get sometimes. Kenny up in New York, he had the line. There was a trash disposal company, and they had, because of the law, they had to accept electronics for recycling, and yet they didn't want to recycle them. So they were happy to give him to recycle. What is the problem with the digestion? Do you think the Aqua Regia will not be able to break apart the complex, Chris? Are you confident in that, or just not confident that it will? Any idea? Because I say there's lots of ways of dealing with chemistry, but as I say, I don't know what that that particular paper actually precipitates, what the chemistry is. And the paper that I've got now, I don't know if it's the identical chemistry. It does the identical job supposedly, but the Kodak paper I used to buy is no longer available. So, Chris suggests things like phosgene and a few other. I don't think it's nerve gas, but they could be some hazardous gases evolved. Cyanide is easy to deal with. Yeah. No, I understand fume hood, the whole nine. Yeah. I'm not talking the resin in this particular case. I'm talking about the solution. If we're going to assay the leach solution, not the resin itself. Yeah, I wasn't talking about digesting resin, just the leaching solution. Hey, Lincoln. So I say it's. I know I can do it with ore. So I've done it before. Whether it works, EGX. Okay, could you elucidate a bit, Doug? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Chris. We just basically destroy. I know that the guy who does the ICP, he does an acid digestion on it too. That's possible. Oh, could be Douglas. Don't know. Again, when you throw it in Aqua Regia, it'd be interesting. But I say the guy that does the ICP, he does an acid digestion, and he might just do nitric acid. I don't know. Nitric may be adequate for this, or some other. I mean, hydrochloric might be adequate. I know that in the past I've used Aqua Regia, or actually dilute Aqua Regia. I got the instructions on the original concept from what do you call it? American Society for Advancement of Technology in Silver City, Nevada. Not Nevada, sorry, Silver City, New Mexico. And he called it chloronitric acid. It was basically a dilute Aqua Regia. I'm not sure if we need to do that once we've already got the gold dissolved in solution. We may just, add hydrochloric, and that would be adequate. I don't know. Thus the experimentation. Yes, the fume hood is important because we could evolve all kinds of interesting things that really don't want to breathe, and particle mass are not going to affect at all. So, yeah, I say it's one of those things. Be dealing with small quantities, like 10 milliliter samples, and with a good fume hood moving a lot of air should be fine. Little hydrazine might be indicated for digestion. Wow. And gold miner, that might actually be advantageous for what we're doing as long as we can get the heat we need. Bringing it up to temperature slowly might be advantageous for our situation. You want to get that gold to coalesce, to dissolve in the borax or whatever your flux is, and then precipitate. We may need to go to a collector metal to get consistent good recoveries. I don't know. I'm really encouraged that there's no collector metal here. Whatever I did worked pretty good. Haven't repeated it, but then the setup I've got is less than easy to repeat. So, as a okay, Chris. Again, I'd rather not deal with hydrazine if I can avoid it. Actually, John, what I used was just, it was a straight precipitant, but in order to get a calibration on it, I took a 1 gram ingot of pure gold and dissolved it in a known quantity of the chloronitric acid, which, by the way, did not take very long at all, like 10-15 minutes. And then I had a standardized solution, which I could dilute to different strengths. And once I had made that, I would actually do test spots using the different strengths, then rinse them thoroughly, dry them, and then used Scotch tape to just tape them to a piece of paper. And that was my reference. Oh dear, Adam, let's hope it works. I presume you mean in the solution. I have a real good method for testing. The problem is it's expensive and time consuming. With the solutions, I take it to a local lab, pay them $25 a sample, wait 3 to 5 business days, and they give me an answer. Yeah, it's really good, but it's expensive and time consuming. So we'd prefer to save the money and the time if we can do it for pennies a sample. And when I was digesting the rock samples previously, the entire process took less than an hour, basically. We're probably going to go electric furnace for this one, Adam, because the size we're looking at, and we could use it as a Cupelling furnace later after you think you have your gold. Well, in the case of the solution that we're using, we just recycle it. So even though we'll probably be testing to see how much is in it to calculate how much is in the resin, it's not a loss because it's being recycled. Now, the gold in the tailings, that can be fire assayed, which is probably what we will do. But we'll need to rinse the tailings a bit with solution first to kind of, barren solution, and wash the gold out of it. And but it's always nice to have a field test where right there where you're working, you can answer the question in an actionable manner. It doesn't have to be, is this 0.035 ounces per ton or 0.036 ounces per ton? If it's less than 0.05 and you started with 1 ounce per ton, hell, that's 95% recovery. Throw it away. Don't worry about it. And yeah, that's what I did, Chris. I say I literally just did like a 10-to-1 dilution and, did some stuff and came up with a whole bunch of little volumes of different standards, put it in capillary tubes, ran it through the paper. You had to rinse it because when it was drying, the acid would reconcentrate and redissolve things. So you had to rinse it with fresh water first, then let it dry. And then you could just take those little pieces of paper, test paper, and stick them to a reference sheet. The ones we're looking at right now are not Adam, because we don't need anything that big at the moment, and we're going to have to use a generator for power. If we can get it, hey Lars, you can replay. I'll brief you in a minute, but I say we'd like to have something that we could go to the next step and then turn into a Cupelling furnace later, while we upgrade to like a big gas powered muffle furnace or something like that, for doing big smelts and things to that effect. Yeah, and that's it, John. But say the plan is on the leach solution, you just recycle it. In terms of the things like the slag, etc., depending upon the chemistry and what might happen if I do it, I got no problem just pulverizing it and throwing it in the leach tank. First run it over a gravity separation, then throw the rest in the leach tank if it's not going to harm anything. I don't know if it would or not. I'd have to check that. I know borax is somewhat soluble. But anyhow, that's basically what we're doing. Okay, Lars, we're basically discussing the next step after. See, this is our little, where is it there? Can you see that? No, I got it on the wrong side. There we go. See that little bead right there, Lars? That's about 3 millimeters from 1 gram of resin. Should be about 50% gold. Bench top. So that's the brand name Bench top. Okay. Let me write it down here. Excuse me. Let's go to a new one here. Oh, the bench top. Is that little propane thing? I think that's what it is. Yeah, it doesn't give me enough heat. Not in these temperatures. Not 10, 20 degrees above zero. That's what I've got. I've got a bench top, but I got to add oxygen. And yours is a cheap unit, electric, huh? Okay, bench top electric. What what temperatures does it get to, and how fast, Lars? And what's the capacity? For example, in a standard 30-gram fire assay furnace, can you get one in there? Can you only use Qpels, or what's the deal? Mount Baker makes a furnace? Well, the one I've seen Mount Baker use is just some kale wool wrapped into a cylinder. Okay, the one they use for Qpelling. Okay. Yes, Brett, thank you. And Merry Christmas to everyone too. Up to 2200. Just the one they use, huh? Okay. Yeah, that seems to be a decent unit for $500. It'd probably be better to have a front load than a top load one. There's advantages to a front load with a door like that. And the one I was looking at, I forget the manufacturer, it was a top load. It would take 4 crucibles. Okay, thank you, Lars. Appreciate it. Also, Lars, to update you since you're here late, I had a cataract surgery scheduled for Thursday, so they needed a COVID test, and I've tested positive. Feel fine. Maybe a false positive, maybe Omicron, maybe just because I take vitamin D and zinc as a preparatory measure. So I don't know, but I'm feeling fine. I'm not terribly worried. And we'll go from there. Right now, I took a second test because if that was a false positive, there's a lot of secondary consequences I just as soon avoid, not the least of which I've had stitches in this eye for 2 weeks, and I'd rather not wait another 3 or 4 weeks to get them out. Monzonite, I believe that's like a granite. It's high quartz, but I'm not sure. Well, right now I'd prefer not to spend a lot of time building stuff if I can avoid it, because I have to, I need to make some progress on a number of things, and spending uh, you know, 6 days waiting for something and doing something else in the meantime is better than spending 6 days building it. So, especially, um, we'll go from there. Let's see, you got some rare earth elements, Adam. Social distancing is no joke. Yeah, I mean, one of our community here had a relative die of COVID this week. I haven't been told that I can, divulge that information. But yeah, I mean, it's no joke if, depending upon which kind you get and your comorbidities and stuff. In my case, I'm not feeling bad, and it could be the Omicron, which seems to be pretty damn mild, and with my vitamin D and zinc levels, I may hardly even notice it. Um, I'm sorry about that, Adam. How old was he? Did he have comorbidities? Um, and Also, we got this new Omicron variant that's really contagious, but doesn't appear to be that terribly dangerous. So it may work out well. 70s unvaxxed. Okay. Did he have any, things like overweight, diabetes, anything like that? Um, but I'm unvaxxed too. I simply don't trust these people. That's kind of a personal choice. Um, yeah, that's say it can make a difference. Mainly, the one I've heard was the diabetes, and that's from doctors. Uh, yeah, resort dog, but these things tend to mutate to be more transmissible and less virulent. That's just the evolutionary pressure. Now, it can evolve weirdly, but the evolutionary pressure is, we're seeing what we'd expect to see, and it's turning into a cold. But in the process, if the Omicron is fairly, you know, non-hazardous, it will, give you immunity. So I say, I don't know.
A cold is a cold.
Um, if I could find MAP gas, I could use that little benchtop furnace I've got, instead of with two
It's
propane torches, two
snowing
MAP.
again. Woohoo.
Rapid fire. Okay, so rapid fire.
It's snowing again. It's snowing again. It's snowing.
She likes the snow.
Of course I like the snow. It's outside.
Yeah, I've been taking 400 IU of vitamin D for about 3
4,000.
weeks. 4,000, yes, sorry.
For several weeks. I'm also very careful to make sure that he gets all his vitamin zinc and properly in ratio with his copper. All the zinc in ratio.
Well, Gold, we were talking about various furnace options for smelting the resin. Some on various chemistry options for making a quick, inexpensive, reasonably sensitive, and reliable test for gold in both solution and in rock. And I got a positive COVID test today. I was doing a procedure, theoretically getting this cataract taken care of in 3 days, and I'm feeling fine. So we got a little bit of dug on that. Um, but anyhow, so as I say, I don't know. I'm not terribly worried because I'm pretty healthy. My brother, who's less healthy than me, he survived it. Gonzo, who's less healthy than me, he survived it, and they weren't prepared for it. And I've done my
Your
best to
brother is
prepare for it.
morbidly obese and T2, and Gonzo had cancer.
I did take another test today, both for, you know, it, if it's true, I need to modify my behavior for other people's safety. Um, but so that's one reason. But also, I really need to get the stitches out of this eye sometime here. And I don't want to wait a total of 1 month and 1 week to get them out. So they were supposed to come out when I got this eye done. So if the second test comes back negative, then it makes life a lot easier for me. But say, I wouldn't worry too much, Gold Addict. Say, I'm a pretty tough old bird, and Eva makes sure I'm in good shape. Yes, I taking proper nutrition and proper supplementation and stuff. Monzonite, monazite. So which one is it? Is it monzonite or monazite? Yeah, the nasal swab, Pat. One in each nostril. 2 different tests in 1 day, and my nose is a little bit sore. Yeah, I agree. BR, every kind of test has false positives and false negatives, and there's a number of reasons for those. And therefore, you know, if the results of the tests are important and not exactly what you're looking for, it certainly doesn't hurt to do a backup, which is what I did. I should get the results tomorrow. Monazite is a phosphate, huh? Okay. What are you looking for the monazite for, Adam? What's the end result? The end result desired? Yeah, I feel fine. You know, and just to give you an idea how much Eva loves me, the first thing, aside from laughing when she found out I tested positive, she said, she went and kissed me. It's like, we're in this together. Don't worry about it. It's not comfortable, Skylar, because they take a like a Q-tip and stick it up about there, probably about 3 inches up your nose.
They don't have to. The home test says you only have to stick them in a half an inch.
Yeah, I say, which is kind of unusual, isn't it? Okay, so you're just going specimen hunting for yourself, huh, Adam? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have. And Goldex, we were kind of researching that when we came across the Eco Goldex. The problem with the clean mining solution stuff from a practical standpoint right now is they're being very tight with their information. You have to sign non-disclosure agreements. It's a reasonably big company, and they don't want to deal with anyone small at this point in time. So from our standpoint, we're pretty much locked out of that for the moment. But the chemistry is reasonably well known and should work in many situations. With the flux, can you thin it for pouring? I haven't tried yet, Lincoln. I have some, what is it? It's a name, but it's a something or other flux. It's an oxidizing flux. Chapman flux. I've got some Chapman flux thinner, which I think is basically fluorite. But so I could try it. There's a lot of things I can try. Right now, it's kind of a pain in the butt. And therefore, Yeah, fluorspar. Yep. And therefore, I just, I'm trying to focus on the process um, at the moment and see uh, what works and what doesn't. Uh, the ch- the pure borax didn't work very well at all. It didn't, you know, oxidize the resin and recover the gold. The Chapman flux seemed to work a little better, but the last thing I did with the potassium nitrate, that seemed to work pretty well. I believe fluorospar is fluorine calcium carbonate. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's see. What is fluorospar? FLUR. Calcium fluoride, CaF2. Okay. So it's calcium fluoride. Okay. So anyhow, there's lots of tests for me to do, but it's a lot easier to do with a furnace that works reasonably easily. Yeah, getting good, consistent, sufficient heat. I need up around 1900 degrees or something like that. 1700 just isn't enough. And so that's um, one of the main things we're looking at. Also, I want to go to something besides those carbon crucibles because oxygen just eats them right up, and we got to have an oxidizing environment to digest the resin. So, hey, Forrest, how's it going?
Hi, Forrest.
I believe that would be Eva, Forrest. He says, tell your snow bunny I said hi. um,
Hi, Forrest.
yeah, sounds about right, Gold Miner. I've got the borax, the soda ash, and silica. I do not have um, manganese dioxide at this point, but I do have potassium nitrate, which also is a good oxidizer. Yeah, John, I'm sure it is. I want to go to either aluminum oxide, alumina crucibles, or fire clay crucibles, and then it doesn't become an issue. Jeff, I've got a tabletop kiln too. With the temperatures I have to operate in, the propane doesn't get hot enough. Volume of 1 gram of resin. About a level teaspoon, roughly. I haven't actually measured that, but right around a teaspoon, maybe a little bit more. Low pressure, fast moving fire is problematic. Yeah. So, I say, I really, I need something a little bit more controllable and with a little more oomph than that tabletop 2 propane torch kiln. Um, I tried going MAP gas, but they don't have any MAP gas in Helena, or at least a week ago they didn't. So that's why I was pouring in the oxygen. The little kiln is just propane, and I use oxygen from an oxyacetylene rig to increase it. And that seems to do a good job of increasing the temperature, but it's rough on those carbon crucibles. What kind of fuel are you using? What size crucibles? Well, you see them in the video, about like that. straight-sided carbon crucibles. So I'm planning on going to an electric kiln for now, a small electric kiln and some fire clay crucibles. I also have some cupels on order in case I have to use a collector metal ore to kind of refine, like this bead here. I don't know what else is in it besides gold and silver, so it'd be nice to put it on a cupel and find out. Volume of flux to cover the resin also. I really, as I used basically 3 to 5 grams of borax, with some of it ground up and some of it not, with the rest of the charge. And I'm not sure what the optimum is on that, but I'd go probably 4 or 5 parts borax at this point is what I'm using. But I'm going to be trying some soda ash and some other stuff too and see how all these things work. Yeah, I was trying to do that too, but with the with that oxygen jet, it's even worse. Yeah, it's such a small kiln that you've only got, I don't know, 3/8 of an inch, quarter inch around the crucible in that kiln. It's a little teeny thing. And again, this is why we're thinking the small electric kiln might be a good step up. It gives me a much more controllable heat, and we can use it as a cupelling furnace later. Right now, say one of the options we were looking at would theoretically do 30-gram fire assay crucibles. Theoretically, you could stick 4 of them in there, but I'm betting it would take forever to come up to heat. Unfortunately, the covered crucible is now perforated. But yeah. Possible. It's not going to work in this little furnace though, Forrest. That's why we got to say we need to do something else. Several people, starting with Chris, suggested waste oil. Waste oil is bigger molecule, has more potential energy per volume. And so let's say that's one thing we're looking at for the larger furnace. I mean, eventually we want a good smelting furnace too, but we got 3 kind of furnace niches to fill in the long run. Possibly, Patrick. Don't know for sure. Not happy about it, but what can I do? And so we need a cupelling furnace, which you can use a muffle furnace and adjust the stuff for it. Very difficult to do cupelling in a just regular propane or oil-fired furnace. We're going to want a fire assay furnace, which would be either an electric or a muffle furnace. And then we want a smelting furnace to just melt down gold and this and that and the other. And that's, the 3 niches. If we can combine niches in one thing, like say a muffle furnace that'll work for fire assay and smelting, fine. Say we're looking at an electric furnace right now that we'll then later on use as the cupelling furnace. Is side dimension of the brick 3 by 3 by 8? I don't know. I don't have any fire brick at this point. Um, well, we have it up here in Montana too. Um, I go to church. I shake hands with people and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me, especially this Omicron variant, if it's gotten here yet, which if it hasn't, it'll be here in a matter of a couple weeks. That stuff is extremely transmissible. Luckily, it's not very dangerous. It doesn't appear. In South Africa, where they're already on the downside of the surge, it didn't increase hospitalizations or deaths.
And they're discontinuing tracking.
Yeah. And so I'm not, say, terribly concerned. I'm in pretty good health. I tend to deal with stuff pretty easily. I know my brother and a friend Gonzo, they're both older than me, and in at least my brother's shape, worse condition than me.
Yeah.
They both made it through.
Your brother's morbidly obese and type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is Eva, because she's in less good physical condition than me, and there's no way if I got it, she's not going to get it. So I say that's just the way things go.
Other than the cancer, I haven't been sick in 3 years.
Yeah, but nevertheless, of the two of us, who's been sick more often?
I went 3 years without a hospitalization, dude.
Yeah, 3 years without a hospitalization. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bloody freaking miracle. No COVID's gonna get me, okay?
Instead of texting, I email. I've got a flip phone. Texting pictures to me is not very useful. Do you need my email, Lincoln, or do you already have it? If you need it, I can type it in again. No, it's let's say it's a new variant, and it certainly infects vaxxed people as well as unvaxxed. The information is that if you're vaxxed, it'll generally be more mild. But okay, so a bad cold or a mild cold, which would you be afraid of? But the whole politics is just so frustrating, because if we were just dealing with the science and the medicine and stuff, we would be in a lot better shape than we are. Once politics got involved in this whole thing, it just, nothing efficient ever comes from government, especially when you have competing sides trying to paint different pictures. So I try and keep as widely informed as I can, considering the censorship out there. And that's why I was taking vitamin D and zinc ahead of time. We had a friend acquaintance over here. He and his wife got COVID. She had undiagnosed diabetes, which really kicked her butt with the COVID. He was pretty healthy. He went to the local farm store and got some ivermectin. The last time I was over there, they didn't have any, or I would have got some just in case. But anyhow, so Lincoln, do you have my email? hardrocku@outlook.com. And so say we're looking at all these variables for furnaces right now, and seeing what we can come up with. But right now, it doesn't have to be a big fire assay and or smelting furnace. Something that could be a small fire thing. Propane and shop vac. That could be. I did wood in a shop vac one time, and it worked pretty darn good. But yeah, Sean, the other thing is apparently once you get it up to temperature, waste oil works pretty good too. You have to switch over. Yeah, I know. I don't trust them. Now, Adam, first of all, our deepest condolences and support there, but that is a perfectly rational thing, is to try and find anybody who's got it and keep them away. One of the reason um, that it makes no sense is that's not part of the plan. It's vax or nothing. There's no prevention. There's no treatments. Vaxxed people can carry the virus. Vaxxed people can transmit the virus. And so just because someone's vaxxed doesn't mean they're safe to be around. But that is perfect sense. Everyone who's going to be there has to have a COVID test because you have a very vulnerable person. And that's great procedure because we need to protect those people and put extra effort in those people who are especially susceptible. Hmm. Lincoln. What was the last thing? Okay. You don't have it, Keith. Okay. I'm going to type it in again. Okay. That's my email, Lincoln. Yeah, quartz monzonite. Yeah. Responsible for the could be resort dog. Quartz monzonite tends to be associated with a lot of stuff at times. Yeah, I agree, Adam. Let's say, and we need to try and not let all the garbage affect our thinking and make us do stupid things too. And even though there's a lot of emotional reaction to some of this crap, but things like, where was it they said they weren't even going to allow you to get food? Where was that?
Well, New York is talking about no grocery stores unless you're vaxxed.
Yeah,
you can order online and have it delivered.
Yeah, New York is saying they're considering, well, if you haven't been vaccinated, you can't go get food.
No,
can't go to grocery store.
It was Boston. New York is the one that's got the quarantine camps.
Yeah, that's right. In New York, they're looking at involuntarily confining people who pose a health risk to the community,
who might have a communicable disease.
Yeah.
Based on descriptions.
Well, and it doesn't have to be proven. It's just if you've had a contact, 8 Rafasimus. Well, thank you. Greetings from the United States. And are you just casual, or do you actually have some kind of mining interest in Brazil or something? Understood, resort dog. But yeah, Forrest, you know me. I don't worry about stuff. I say I've beaten 3 deadly possibilities already, and that's not accidents. I mean, that's the kidney cancer, the stroke, and the aortic aneurysm. I don't run scared. I run happy, because I can still run. Oh, okay. So private equity fund in the mining sector. So you're probably dealing with mid to large size operations, correct? Rafas? Well, thank you. I'm glad I helped, Rafas. That's what we're here for, to make people's lives more fun, interesting, and hopefully profitable. Yeah, resort dog. The Providone iodine. What is that? Betadine. You can also do hydrogen peroxide, I heard. But yeah, the idea was that, and I think that was mainly the Omicron. But the idea was, yeah, if you don't have any in your respiratory, if it's hostile in your respiratory system for microorganisms, that's awful hard for them to proliferate. If you ever have any questions, Ruffasimus, be free to, feel free to ask them, because it really helps the conversation. There's hardly anything one person's going to ask that somebody else can't use the answer to. So anyhow, that's where we're at this point. We seem to have the leaching part of the process whipped. We know what we need to do. We seem to have the recovery from the leaching solution part of the situation whipped. We're trying to refine what the best way to get the gold from the resin is. And smelting is only one way. We could also try either chemical elution or electrochemical elution. By electrochemical, what I mean is, let's suppose we take take a tub, inlet, outlet, and we put the resin in here, and the solution goes in here, and this could be as simple as just floating gold foil on top of the liquid, just pouring it underneath it, and having this as your positive and that is your negative, like a stainless steel container here, or you could lay a grid in a plastic or glass container, put the resin on top of it, and circulate solution through with an electric charge across there, and voila. Yeah, I've got nitric. I've got nitric, sulfuric, and hydrochloric. So I'm in pretty good shape with the basic acids there. Precipitation. The problem with precipitation out of leach solution is you have so much solution and it's trying to dissolve the gold. So you almost have to neutralize your lixiviant as part of your precipitation. That gets pretty expensive, both in lixiviant that you've destroyed and in reactant that you've had to use. By putting it through the resin, you've concentrated it enormously. The leach solutions were running, typically, let's say 15 parts per million. And the resin is running 110,000 parts per million. Yeah. Or a 7,333 times increase in concentration by using the resin. And the resin is pretty cheap. We have, looks like an upper practical limit of about 25 grams per pound. So 25 divided by 31 equals times 1,700. $1,370 roughly in gold, in $15 of resin. Okay, so the resin itself is 1% of the cost. So that allows us a huge concentration, really quite cheap and easy. It's a very simple thing. your filter canisters. I don't know. Seen them? Here's an actual filter canister, and pumping solution at about 100 gallons per hour through this gives it about a 1 minute contact time. And if you haven't got your first canister loaded real well, you're getting over 90% recovery in your first stage. That's pretty simple. Yeah, Kodak, that's one way you could maybe peel off the gold from a stainless cathode if it's highly polished. I was thinking just go to the craft store and get some gold foil on a plastic backing, like you would normally, transfer onto something.
The gold leaf.
Yeah, gold leaf. And just plate it right onto that. Hello, Julie. How's it going? And so that's one way. Say we got lots to do to keep us busy here. That is a possibility. At right now, no. I'm just using I'm trying to do a simple smelting of the resin, and basically oxidizing the resin, leaving the gold behind, and then collecting it in the flux. Good, Julie. Since you just got here, I've got a positive COVID test, but I feel just fine. Just got a retest. Could be a false positive, whatever. I'm not terribly worried. I had a procedure scheduled. If it turns out to be a real positive, then I got to delay this for another 3 weeks or something. But fear not, everything is going fine. Yeah, I say we're not sure. Yeah, I'm hopeful too, Julie. And so anyhow, we're not sure which is the best way in the long run to get the gold away, out of the resin, whether it's electroplating, call it electroelution, where you're doing the elution using electricity, or whether you elute it chemically and then electroplate it afterwards, or to just smelt it down. The resin is so cheap that it's certainly economically feasible to smelt it down. It very well might be, gold miner. We have the power supply. There's no reason I can't try it. The negative is I'll have to do it in the apartment because out there things are frozen. And Tricky Dicky from the Philippines had some elution solutions, which were pretty, in some of the research he'd read, that are pretty simple. What was that one? It was salt and sodium nitrate or something like that. Pretty simple stuff. The gold is dissolved in solution, basically in a molecular complex, very small particles that attach to the resin. To get it off the resin, I say there's a couple of ways to do it, but one of which would be to put the resin inside a chemical environment that'll then redissolve the gold out of the resin. That's called elution. Chris thinks that we might come up with an even simpler chemistry where we basically put the resin in an electrochemical cell and basically use electricity to drive the gold directly from the resin into solution onto the cathode. I have no idea at high temperatures and high pressures. I know at high temperatures it breaks down and you have a potential for gold loss due to vaporization, becomes volatile because it's in atomic form in the resin. So that's why we're trying to break it down essentially inside the flux by adding potassium nitrate We're trying to get that carbon from the resin to combine with the oxygen and the potassium nitrate without creating much in the way of actual gas. I've got some questions too there, but we're not allowed to discuss them lest they shut the channel down. Hey, blind dude. Okay, Chris, that makes sense. So anyhow, we have lots of options to test. Even if we were to decide that elution or electroelution is the best way to get the resin, the gold out of the resin. And one nice thing about that is that if you elute the resin, you can at least theoretically reactivate it and reuse it, which is nice, assuming you can get anywhere near the original activity. And by the way, those two resins I tested from Purolite, the Puromet, actually, according to the analyses, gave me a negative recovery, which indicates assay analysis error, variability of samples, something like that. But so essentially zero. The Puro Gold got about, I think it was 25% recovery in 4 hours, which is about half of what the Max Water 104133 did. So we didn't come even close to equaling our performance. So that's it. That can be dangerous, Chris. So I say this is what we're looking at. I say direct smelting has certain advantages, very simple. You don't use any extra equipment or whatever, but the extra equipment to do the electroelution is not terribly complicated. So not a huge problem either. We'll try them both probably before the winter's out, because why not? And so, little one, could you come over and take over for a minute while I go take a short break?
Yes. Howdy, folks.
Be back in a minute.
C'est moi. A poke bowl, huh? I keep hearing about these things. Hi. See, I got a cool shirt. It is snowing again. I have no idea, Adam, how much snow we're going to get tonight. Okay. This is not exactly the tinfoil hat report. I haven't done a tinfoil hat report yet. However, Bear has another appliance to break in half when he gets back. It happens to be my Samsung A50 smartphone. Yeah, Bear is going to break apart a smartphone like this. Okay?
Vengeance on all electrons.
Now, this is the thing. This phone was not even paid for yet. It was just barely out of warranty, as a matter of fact, but it did have insurance on it, okay? I'm not that stupid. I babied this phone. No abrupt temperature changes, used the proper charger all the time, kept it away from rain, snow. It has never, ever been dropped in the couple of years I owned it, okay? So, about a week ago now, maybe a little more, I woke up in the morning and the back of the phone was slightly bubbled up. Okay. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. We're going to have to take it to a store and find out what's going on pretty soon. The phone was functioning just fine. It was still charging just fine. It was still in use just fine and all that. So the other day, well, that's the thing, Adam. The only place it could have gotten heat is my son said that even though I used the right charger, there might have been a power surge that went through the battery or something. Okay. So there we are out there out of cell phone range at the ranch the other day shooting that video you guys saw. And bzz, 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 the phone starts vibrating like crazy. And I'm like, well, there's no signal out here, so it couldn't be vibrating. So I took it out of my pouch and it's initializing. And it decided on its own for no reason whatsoever to do a factory reset. Yeah, this is just great. It took me forever to get that stupid smartphone to do exactly what I wanted it to do. And I was happy with it. I loved it. Okay? So we get into town. We get to the Verizon store. And they say, well, it's pretty much the battery. It pretty much can't be fixed. Now, if you use your insurance, there'll be $129 copay. Plus, you got to pay off the $87 that's still owed by the phone at the time. So that's like $200 we do not have out the door, and wait 24 hours. Or you can buy a new phone right here. Now, in the spirit of supply chains, there were exactly 2 reasonably priced, as in $300 phones in the store. Two in the whole store. And the guy looked around. He looked at other store inventories. Nobody else had any. The 2 only affordable phones in all of Helena, Montana. Everything else was flagship phones, $1,300 or more. That's as much as he gets in Social Security in a month. Okay? Like, in what universe is any idiot going to put one of these on a payment plan? It would have bumped our phone bill up by $60 a month until the end of time. As it is, the phone bill got bumped up $5 a month till the end of time because the cheapest way to handle this mess was for me to buy one of those G Moto power phones and bring it home. Now, the G Moto Power does last a lot longer. It has a better battery. It is also the most unintuitive, ridiculous, stupid thing I have ever had to deal with in my entire life in terms of tech. It has been several days now, and I still can't find some stuff. The only saving grace here is my tech-inclined son, when I got my A50, insisted on linking it to my Google Cloud, and it backed up all my stuff. That was the only saving grace of this mess, okay? Yeah, the warranty had expired, and I am pretty darn sure, I'm not wearing my tinfoil hat right now, but I'm telling you, it is funny how all of these electronic appliances of all kinds magically die 3 months after your warranty expires. Go figure. Okay?
Well, my question is, it's not like they have little brains or computers in them or something where they could figure that out for themselves, could it?
Well, I'll tell you, Goldstream, the only reason I have a smartphone is because there are so many doctor's offices, so many everything else, that you just can't get stuff done anymore without having a smartphone. Bear has a flip phone. Bear will keep his flip phone forever because his skin is so thick on his fingers, he cannot operate my smartphone. Which, by the way, for all you people, that means he can't like snoop into it and see what I do when he's asleep.
What is she doing while I'm asleep? At least she's quiet.
No, I'll tell you, Forrest, I could not freaking believe. I could not believe it. I mean, I had a choice between 2 $300 phones in the entire town. or about a dozen 13 to 1400 dollar phones. And it's like, in no universe am I going to bump our phone bill up by freaking $50 a month, a 25% increase in the middle of an inflationary spiral. And in no universe would I ever pay $1,300 for a freaking phone. I won't pay $1,300 for a laptop. Why would I pay $1,300 for a phone when I can buy a beautiful laptop for 1/3 that price?
Hey, Tricky Dicky. Oh.
It's just, yeah, I think it's designer faults personally. Lincoln wants to know if you got the photos, Bear.
I don't know. Let me look on this computer real quick.
But that's the way my week is gone. I am now dealing with trying to get the Gmodo Power to behave its bad self. There's this messaging plus BS on it that is completely unintuitive and does not handle my messages the way I like. There's a keyboard on it that I can't stand because if you touch a key for just a second too long, the keyboard shrinks to the size of a small postage stamp, and then you have to make it big again. And yeah, very unintuitive, very smart ass smartphone. Hi, Miner Jim. Wish you could be here, but he may have the COVID. I am not impressed. Ooh, whatever that is in that email, those look really cool.
It's a furnace. Yeah, the pictures came through just fine, Lincoln.
Lincoln, those pictures look really cool. Thank you.
What did you do? Use silicone to hold it together? You've obviously glued it. What's the adhesive you used?
Well, anyway, I'm going to give this back to Bear now, and I will see all y'all later. He's going to break a smartphone in half because I hate the darn thing. Hi, Miner Jim. He took the battery out so it won't explode. Drat.
So here's the part that was delaminating off the back. I have removed the battery for safety purposes. Fire brick adhesive. Wow. I presume that's some form of silicone. So, to all of you who have ever had a smartphone that has been annoying, bent.
I want to see if you can break it.
That. Death to smartphones. And let's see, who was it? Yeah, John. If you want the internal parts, I can take them out and maybe mail them to you. But I don't know if it's worth it. You want the battery too? Can I send that through the mail? Yeah, duct tape it. That'd be some pretty tricky duct taping.
Well, just kind of straighten it out and bind the duct tape really tight right around the middle.
Oh, it's got a few little fractures in it, but yeah. I think I can just unscrew the electronics packages. This part here and this part here from the case and just send them, I would think. The rest looks, the screen itself, I don't know, I might have to cut off the terminals. But I don't think internal to the screen actually has much in the way of gold. But got a lot of other stuff in there. Oh, I don't doubt it. But this is not the way you get the phones for gold processing. Buying them retail, not the best way. Trust me. Oh, a new foldable phone.
They need to make a flip smartphone.
No, I have not, Terry. Does it work on resin? Yeah, that's my thought, John. Yeah, it could be. It looks like it. Not at any reasonable price tag. I bet you there's some kind of mountain somewhere in the Philippines that's tall enough to get some snow. Okay. Yeah, I'll see about mailing that out to you. Ooh, they actually do make flip smartphones. Wow, yeah, that wouldn't be. Adam says cell phones have one plane of cleavage and multiple fracture zones. At least that one does.
What is the world coming to when you spend $300 freaking dollars on something and it dies before it's even paid off?
It's going to hell in a handbasket, damn it. A hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that on the tinfoil hat report in a couple of minutes here.
Oh, she's actually going to have a tinfoil hat report,
it's
folks.
It's going to be a very short one. I'll do it right now.
Okay. She's getting the tinfoil hat urge. I don't know, Lincoln. I'll talk to the person who pays for all this stuff.
So you have already seen how I feel about planned obsolescence. Well, a couple of interesting things happened this week. We went to Dollar Tree. Now, first we went to Walmart. And I don't know how your Walmart's looking lately, but lately our Walmart on average has been holding about a 75% stock level on the things that are in stock. So if there's normally 20 of something on the shelves, we now only have 15 of something on the shelves, and that's considered fully stocked. There have been more and more blank spaces lately, but we did score 2 87-cent a pound Jennie-O turkeys, which we canned up as this totally amazing turkey vegetable soup with bacon and black soybeans in it. Ooh, tastes yummy. Well, I got derailed. Okay. So we also went to Dollar Tree this week. I have never, ever seen a Dollar Tree as empty as this Dollar Tree was. I'm talking entire aisles where 90% of the shelf space was bare and there was 1 or 2 items. The frozen food cabinets were essentially bare, 1 or 2 items. It is my theory that part of this might be supply chain, part of it might be holidays because people can't afford anything right now, and part of it might be people stocking up before Dollar Tree raises their prices to $1.25 tree and $1.25 up Dollar Tree Plus coming in the new year.
Just 1 gram, couple 1 gram samples so far, Richard. I'll get more in a bit.
Tricky, he is still playing with very, very, very small samples because he wants to do lots of very, very small samples.
Well, I want to get it down really efficiently.
Yeah, blind dude, they are a lot like going to Juarez at this point. There is a Family Dollar in Townsend. That's the next closest dollar store to us, and I haven't been in there yet, but I do want to get out there when we don't have roads covered with snow. But we have lots of snow right now. It's so cool.
It's actually pretty cold.
We were discussing planned obsolescence on one of the subs on the front page of the internet, Reddit, recently. And somebody mentioned the fact that so many businesses that do information technology, software, etc., are going subscription based. Now, for those who watch the net profit margins across industry sectors, the information sector, digital information, is just about the highest profit sector there is anyway, because, of course, most of their products are zeros and ones. But somebody pointed out that they think it is built in part, uh, if you will, the next stage of Keynesian economics, because Keynesian economics says you have to have continual growth. And planned obsolescence, like my phone, was part of that things would only last X period of time and then you'd have to buy a new one so things would continue to grow forever so we could keep inventing money out of thin air. Well, another part of that is moving almost entirely to subscription based services. You used to be able to buy a hard copy of a piece of software like Adobe Photoshop or Adobe Studios, and you had it forever. And for a very nominal fee, the cost of the disk and a little bit more, they would send you an update when they updated the program. Now, the vast majority of programs are subscription services. And that actually makes sense because we have the World Economic Fund and the UN right on their websites talking openly about the Great Reset. And part of the Great Reset is a circular economy. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Part of that is everything that comes into your life is going to be rented. You feel like trying on new clothes this week, you will go on your little menu on your computer and you will rent some clothes and they will be delivered to you by a drone and you'll wear them like a lending library and then you send them back. So we've got this nice circular economy. Obviously, this is a monumentally bad idea, but then again, most of the ideas that are coming out nowadays are monumentally bad ideas. Like the mayor of Boston saying that you won't be able to physically walk into a grocery store unless you have a COVID passport. Like Sweden having a video out showing the COVID microchip passport being implanted in people's hands. Very interesting idea, that one. Like the state of New York saying that if you possibly have been in contact with somebody who may have a contagious disease, as defined by nebulous officials, you will be hoodwinked and you will be taken off to a nice little quarantine center. And this can be based on something as vague as a physical description or a reasonable suspicion to believe that you might have been exposed to something. That's a little bit problematic.
Arbitrary, perhaps?
No, I'd say that passes arbitrary to problematic. It is problematic. Much is problematic these days. As to our inflation, I don't know if you have seen the news yet, but we are all to be so proud because of the accomplishments of the current malarkey administration. The administration has reduced the backlog of containers in the ports around the country by at least 50%. Of course, they failed to mention that reduction happened because a lot of those containers are being relocated into neighborhoods or are still hovering over the horizon 12 and 13 and 20 and 400 miles out to sea because climate change. It is literally they were asked to move away from LA, first of all because it was making people nervous to see them, and second of all because it was disturbing the air quality in LA. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that one.
Blind dude, have you ever seen the movie Patton? Go ahead, little one.
And also, gas prices on average have fallen 8 cents in the last several weeks.
Woohoo!
Of course, they went up 35% over the last year, but we're not going to think about that either because they've fallen 8 cents now. Yeah, this is kind of like the chocolate ration has been increased from 30 grams to 20 grams.
I'll tell you in a minute.
It's just a little bit ridiculous, And yes, containers do cost more than ever to buy Goldstream. You can't get them for love nor money for a lot of people. I mean, there are people that have been frantically looking for any container they could book or rent or otherwise for months. Now, the big box stores have an advantage here because some of them, like Walmart, have gone and chartered their own ships. That's fine. Amazon has an advantage here, of course, because Amazon is Amazon. Everyone else, well, not so much. You know, I mean, it's just one of those things. Now, we have also been told that this is going to be a dark winter of death, I believe it was.
That's right.
Illness and death for people like me who happen to be unvaccinated. And for the record, uh, you don't want to know what happens to me when drugs get into my system. I am allergic to so many things, it's not funny.
Yeah.
I don't want to find out. I'm allergic to most of the ingredients in most of these vaccines. And the funny part about it is the Pfizer vaccine actually has a line when you finally can get a hold of the ingredients that says redacted ingredient. I don't know how I feel about redacted ingredients in a medication. I don't even like supplements at Walmart that say proprietary blend. No, because there's probably something in that proprietary blend that yours truly might be allergic to. If it says proprietary blend, I don't buy it. I can't. And a whole lot of people can't. So one has to wonder why you have a redacted ingredient in a prescription medication.
A patented prescription medication.
Well, probably not patented yet. It's probably patent pending. I mean, that's just one of the many things that the tinfoil hat goddess contemplates as I am sitting in my little temple and channeling the energy of the universe to see just how bad things are going to get down the road. You know, redacted ingredients in prescription medications is no bueno as far as I'm concerned. But as it stands, yes, the administration is calling the supply chain shortage being alleviated and the price of gas coming down an entire 8 cents for less than a week in isolated parts of the country. Tremendous successes. My heart is overflowing. It is I am just so moved that our dear leaders have done these wonderful things for us. You know, we
For us or to us?
We got the bears new notice from Social Security.
Ah, yes.
And yeah, unbelievably, the 5% increase we're getting, which by the way is running over 1% behind behind stated inflation and over 4% behind real inflation. Yeah, it's going to result in an extra $65 a month. It's like, wow, we actually had something left over after Medicare Part D went up. Cool. You know, I was kind of betting. I had a little casual bet going on here that the check would either stay flat or go down a little because all the other things went up. But that's cool. You know, it went up. Miracles. Just wonderful.
No, he's just down the road.
AOC opined that Senator Manchin does not represent as many people as she does. Yeah. That struck me as interesting that she thinks her little borough of New York has more people in it than the entire state of West Virginia. But then again, that was slightly better than Bette Midler, who came out and said that West Virginia was full of ignorant, broke, strung out people or something along those lines.
I know strung out.
She then apologized and said that she had been seeing red. Yeah.
Who's this red chick?
Well, let me
Is
put
that
it
Little
this
Red
way.
Lying Hood?
I used to love Bette Midler. I haven't watched her for years, and now I am sincerely glad that I don't watch her at all because that's just ridiculous. But it does go to show you how these people actually view a significant portion of the country. When you have an elected official whose title is 46, when you have the great number 46 saying that a good percentage of the population is going to be facing disease and death this dark winter while we're overloading the hospitals. When you have Bette Midler and various sports figures and various news people, including some of the ones that have since been fired from CNN because they like to play with little children, um, calling American citizens treasonous, insurrectionists, extremists, domestic terrorists, etc. Yeah, I'd say they have a rather bad opinion of some of us. Deplorable, really. Absolutely deplorable. And yes, in case you missed the news, several people are out of CNN. One of them, after having his electronic devices seized by the governments months and months before they actually charged him with absolutely horrific crimes against children. Yeah, apparently CNN is indeed a nest of sexual predators of various types. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Don Lemon's upcoming trials. Not that I'd expect anything else from CNN. They haven't been news in as long as I can remember. But at any rate, that's where we are this week. I made some amazing turkey soup. If anybody wants the recipe, you can get in touch. And I will talk to you next week. Be sure to stock up. Oh, and there is something going on with dairy here, there, and everywhere. Apparently, a lot of milk in many parts of the country now is going bad far before the expiration date on the jug. Sour cream and cottage cheese are also going bad. And by the way, yeah, there really is a cream cheese shortage and it's getting worse. Theory here is that the milk is not being held at appropriate temperature somewhere along the logistics and delivery chain, or when it gets to the stores are so short staffed that it's sitting out and not being loaded in the fridges in time. Yes.
Didn't you say that there were some freight companies that were charging the drivers for the fuel on the refills?
Yeah, there is a rumor floating around that some of the companies that primarily employ 1099 drivers are now expecting their 1099s to pay for the fuel on the reefer trucks. Rumor has not been confirmed yet, but with trucking companies that do 1099, nothing would surprise me at this point. It is just really weird. Well, Jeff, since they're both the same party, I don't trust any of them, period.
Arizona's getting pretty weird too, John.
Arizona sucks rocks. Arizona totally sucks rocks. In fact, Governor Ducey wanted to do some vaccine monitoring program, and he and the mayor of Tucson are in a fight right now because he said there won't be any mask mandates in our state or vaccine mandates. And the mayor of Tucson told him, "See this? Here you go." She gave him the finger and basically said she'll do whatever she wants. In other news out of Tucson, the police chief is still continuing to decriminalize crimes, as in they're not responding to a lot of crimes because, of course, if they don't respond to it, they don't have to count it in crime statistics. And of course, Yuma, Arizona has declared a massive emergency because of the situation with the non-border. Tucson is only 60 miles north of that non-border. Arizona in general sucks rocks. I strongly recommend nobody move there. Anybody on this channel that lives there? Yeah,
No,
there's a reason we left.
The phrase is simple: eyes open, head on a swivel.
And absolutely blind, dude. I was a victim of voter fraud 3 election cycles in Arizona. Okay. A personal victim, as in twice. I went to the poll on election day after double checking and triple checking the website all the way through the cycle to vote in person, only to be told that I had already voted by mail. Okay, both times we had been out of the state during the summer. Both times when I got home, ballots had already been mailed out. So I had to file a provisional. And then they contacted me 3 or 4 days after the election and said, "Oh, by the way, your mail-in vote was invalid, so we accepted your provisional." And I'm like, "Well, what happened to the mail-in vote, and what's going on with the investigation?" "Oh, we have no idea what happened to the mail-in vote, and there's no investigation." And then they cut me off. Last election cycle, Bear and I were up here. I checked the website 4 times. We had gotten special election materials, and I had called both the Secretary of State's office and the Pima County Recorder's office to double check which box I was supposed to check off on those instructions to ensure that we were not on the mail-in voting list. They told me exactly on the phone and on the website which box to check. While we were up here, I checked that website 4 different times to ensure that we would not be getting mail-in ballots. We decided to go back to Tucson about a week ahead of schedule this last cycle. 3 days after we arrived, guess what showed up in the mail? A couple of mail-in ballots. When the website showed that we were not on the mail-in ballot list again. They kept randomly putting me on the mail-in ballot list, and I kept taking myself off. So we filled out the ballots, and first day of early voting, we go down there, and I'm like, "I want an investigation this time." They called me 2 days later and told me that I had checked the wrong box. And I'm like, "Excuse me?" And they said, "Yeah, you checked blah, blah, blah box." And I'm like, "That is the box you people and the Secretary of State and the website told me to check." And they said, "Well, it was kind of vaguely worded. A lot of people have made that mistake." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" Yeah, Patrick, I have already double checked the rolls 3 times and I'm supposedly not on them, but I would not be surprised in the least if when I checked after the next election cycle, it showed that both Bear and I had voted there. It would not surprise me. Nothing would surprise me because further, I got involved in that canvass. And I looked up the public records in Pima County, and I discovered 130 people were living in the main library parking garage,
According to the voting records.
according to the voting records. And another 100 and some odd people were living at the county recorder's office, according to the voting records. Oh, and by the way, the main post office on Cherry Bells Avenue in Tucson must be a very large apartment complex because a couple of 100 people are living there. People are also living on vacant lots and in Taco Bells, in post offices across the city, where instead of a P.O. box, it's listed as a unit. Yeah. All kinds of chicanery.
Nothing to see here. Oh, look, a squirrel.
And yes, I did register in Montana. We are both registered in Montana.
We both have. We've already voted too.
Yeah, we voted in our city election here. Not that we were able to get a reasonable mayor in, but better luck next time.
Yeah.
Ooh, really? But at any rate, people, I am going to turn this back over to Bear and Mining, and I will talk to all of you later.
Yeah, John, I agree. Okay, a couple things here. First of all, to
Jerry from Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, if it's the Nanaimo I've been to. for a very generous donation. I appreciate that very much. Nanaimo is a beautiful city, well, town. Its main claim to fame is it's the southern end of the ferry route. And when I was about 15, we took the ferry up to Prince Rupert just to take the ride. My mom, we used to travel a lot during the summer. But anyhow, beautiful country up there. Cloudy and wet, but beautiful. Let's see. Number 2. Somebody mentioned some shopping bags, with brown bags replacing the plastic. No, you have to have reusable bags. And yeah, it wasn't full of tree huggers when I was there. The people up there when I was there had chainsaws. And anyhow, they did a study. I think it was in the Bay Area there sometime, where they did a plastic grocery bag ban. You had to use reusable bags, and they found it killed around 20 people a year because people don't properly launder and segregate the bags, so you had cross contamination of food, and they figured that their wonderful environmental policy was not only more expensive but also killed a couple dozen people a year. And the reference to Patton I gave earlier in the movie Patton, it starts out with him coming up on a stage, fully dressed, George C. Scott as Patton and everything. And he was giving a speech to his troops, theoretically. And one part of that speech was, you don't win a war by dying from your country. You win a war by making the other poor bastard die for his country. Okay? So that's the reference I was getting there. Anyhow, let's see. Where are we at now? Pretty much caught up on everything. And I noticed that Eva did not lose anyone during the tinfoil hat report tonight. So we got some serious people on tonight. Let's see. For those who came in late, there's probably some people that didn't comment or whatever, but I've had a positive COVID test, feel just fine, been taking vitamin D and zinc, and it may just be a false positive too, but I'm not terribly worried. I'm pretty resilient physiologically. We are working on getting a furnace to do to continue to do the smelting of the resin. This little bead here. Where is it? Oh, I know you're in there somewhere. There you are. Okay. That little bead there is about 3 millimeters and at least specific gravity 15. And that's from 1 gram of resin. It should have 0.11 grams of gold in it, theoretically, and it weighs 2.21 grams. So that's pretty good looking, but the system is definitely not refined and working smoothly at this point in time. We're also going to be doing some tests on the some kind of a calorimetric or a spot test for gold, both in solution and in rock this winter. It'll come in very, very handy. Yeah, Forrest, I agree. Even like that wound I got in my leg the other day, just, little bit of disinfectant, and that was it. Didn't re-disinfect it or anything. The scab just finally came off a day or two ago. Healed up just fine. If you want to be good at something, practice it. So if you practice being tough, you tend to get tougher. If you practice being a wussy, you tend to be a wussy. And we're also looking to do some wet chemical extraction of the gold from the resin as a potential thing too, and that would be probably more an electrolytic process. So, according to the guy, Roberts, according to the guy at St. Peter's, he said this particular test that they were using has a fairly low false positive rate. But even if it was fairly low, like 5%, well, I've taken about 10 COVID tests because every time I go into a frickin' hospital to have them do something, they give me another COVID test. So, yeah. Uh, uh, uh-huh. Sounds good, Tricky. Um, so those are kind of the projects coming up in line here. Probably be working them in parallel simply because it takes time to get stuff. And it's also rather annoying to not be able to count on wet things to stay liquid. So it's like I have to do stuff here in the apartment. On that last video, you saw me doing that resin bottle roll test in the kitchen. Well, there's a reason. I need solution to stay liquid. So it gets things a little bit cramped at times and a little bit inconvenient. We will be building a fume hood to do the furnacing and some other stuff too. So don't worry about that. It's just a matter of trying to figure out exactly what I want to do before I do it. Until then, like with the when I was doing that furnacing in that video, you could see there was a wind behind me. Well, that was not natural. That was a fan. And that's the reason, is to make sure the bad stuff's blowing away from me. Although at the end of that, it looked awfully smoky for borax. I think there was way too much oxygen. Something was going a little whack with the torch there, which is why we're trying to look for a probably an electric furnace for now, but something that's more controllable, reliable, and predictable. Anyhow, anyone have any questions? You can also ask questions for Miner Jim. He's watching the thing tonight.
He's hanging out in the comments.
Yep. And I say he's just staying away from me right now out of an abundance of caution. So we have a comfortable place to stay. The little apartment here, it's not big, but it's comfortable. And what about using a clay kiln? We might. The problem with a propane or a fired kiln is it's a little harder to control the atmosphere and temperature. Not, impossible, of course, but that's, I say what we're looking at right now. We're going to check some things. We'll have to run that kiln off of a generator if it's out at the ranch, but we do have a generator that'll work just fine. And so that's kind of the tentative plan for now. Not sure how many videos I'm going to be putting out, again, because there's a lot of time waiting for stuff to show up before I can actually do something. I mean, I got in 1/2 of a day of work last week on mining because, they're just waiting for stuff. And I was doing a little healing on the eye and blah, blah, blah.
Christmas time.
I agree, John. I don't think that, I know the kiln we got didn't get hot enough, and he's concerned that electric kiln won't also. Yes, Jeff, that's why we're adding potassium nitrate to the resin to try and oxidize it while it's still inside the flux and not need to and cheap kiln set Jeff Williams showed. Temperature gauge on it. Okay. Yeah, temperature gauges are usually not that hard. Getting the a thermocouple connected to the power relay is a little more complicated, but again, it's a fairly standard thing. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. Pottery, I don't know if it takes the temperatures that we're looking for. I've seen pottery kilns. They're typically like 1600, I believe, and we need 1900 to 2000.
I was thinking a glass kiln.
Yeah, again, they're not that hot. Glass is what? Yellow hot. We need bright yellow to almost white. Yep. Yeah, I say that's kind of the things we're thinking. Electric kiln, we have it's just a lot more controllable environment, and there's not a big flow of gas through it. You can basically confine it. So that's what we're doing at the moment. But I say we should be doing testing on the electrolytic recovery from the resin, and also I'm going to be doing tests on some ore samples where I make solution, and I'm going to be bottle rolling one continuously, and the other one I'll just be bottle rolling intermittently, like 5 minutes out of every hour. And that way, okay. Okay, so Adam, hydrothermal vein. Fairly straightforward and very common. Okay. Now, most metallic ore bodies, with the exception of iron, are formed from hydrothermal veins. And hydrothermal basically means hot water, but it can come from different sources. And so let's suppose here's the surface of the earth. Now, underneath, a magma chamber develops. Magma under pressure is injected into the rock and forms a big chamber. Now, that's what's happened here. As a matter of fact, we're basically sitting on top of the boulder batholith here in Helena. I think it's actually a little bit more that way, but close enough. It's like 60 miles across. And this is liquid rock, or actually more like plastic in most cases. As it comes in here, the surface of the earth will rise top. And in order to do that, it cracks it. Okay. Now, depending on how big this magma chamber is, how big the cracking is, and a few other things, it can be small to fairly large. In the case of Mount St. Helens, the side of the mountain was pushing out at almost like 5 feet a day just before it slid off. Now, if you have groundwater here, well, you can imagine this is going to heat that groundwater pretty good. You got quite a stove here. Under the immense pressures at these depths, the water can remain liquid, at several hundred degrees centigrade. Depending upon the depth, I think in those black smokers at the bottom of the ocean, it's like 600 or 700 degree water. It'll actually melt lead, but it's liquid water because of the immense pressure. But anyhow, as this water gets heated down near the magma chamber, colder water comes in the sides. Well, here, let me get a blue pen. I've got different colors. Why not? Blue is water. See how tricky I am? Yeah. So water convects. So you have cooler water coming in from the sides, hot water going up. Now it tends to follow these cracks in the rock because going through solid rock is pretty tough, even for highly pressurized water. But as it's doing all of this, that very hot water is dissolving certain minerals. And then as it goes up, it cools off, and the less soluble minerals precipitate. At a particular temperature, which I believe is about 300 degrees centigrade, but don't quote me on that one, 3 minerals of interest drop out of solution at about the same time. One is iron sulfide, pyrite. 2, silica, quartz. 3, gold. Because of this, you will tend to have gold containing quartz veins with iron pyrite. That's kind of the what do you call it? Trifecta. So that's what originally happens. And I'll get into magmatic waters in just a minute. Then as erosion knocks this down, these veins right here of mineralized quartz start getting oxidized. When iron pyrite oxidizes, it turns into iron sulfides and sulfates, iron oxides, and stuff like that. Typically, it's called limonite. Now, that's an imprecise term. The more precise term for oxidized iron pyrite is goethite. Limonite is one of the minerals that makes up goethite. But anyhow, so that's why you're generally on the surface, you're looking for quartz veins that are iron stained. Because if you have quartz and pyrite together, if there was gold in the solution, you've probably got gold too. Okay? Now, if these solutions are working their way through rock that contains carbon, like a shale, for example, will often contain carbon, then that carbon can grab the gold out of solution just like activated carbon does out of cyanide solution. And you can get a disseminated deposit like at Carlin. That's one of the things that happened there is the carbon precipitated the gold, which is kind of a pain because the carbon likes to keep the gold and it makes it hard to dissolve it with cyanide. So you have to break down the carbon first. Now, silica, iron sulfide, and gold are not the only things dissolved by this hot water. It's just they precipitate at the same time when the water is cooling. Away from that, typically I believe in the cooler sections, then you will have other metals which are a bit more soluble. And things like copper, silver, lead, zinc, stuff like that, those sulfides will tend to be close to, but not directly on the gold and silver. Now, there's always blending. This is why copper mines make gold and silver as byproducts. And so I'm getting to that, Jim. And then you have another phenomenon called magmatic waters. As this magma cools, certain minerals crystallize out first. Some of the last minerals to crystallize have a lot of water in them, and they give up that water, and that water is under extreme heat and pressure and contains some really heavily mineralized solutions, and those will also exfiltrate up here. But these are coming from the magma, and those are called magmatic waters. And those tend to be even richer in dissolved minerals than just the standard hydrothermal waters that are created from the percolation through the bedrock. But they do the same thing, either by cooling or by coming in contact with something. For example, if you had an acidic water and it comes in contact with limestone, certain of the minerals are going to precipitate out. And so this is one reason why things are so complex. You have a variety of minerals that can be dissolved depending on what's in the magma, what's in the rock. You have a diversity of chemistries and temperatures which can dissolve these various things, and a diversity in chemistries and temperatures which can precipitate them. So when you have a big magma chamber like we have here between Helena and Butte, you got a lot of old mines around here because it did a lot of this. I mean, for over 50 miles. And so there's a lot of different things. And again, you'll have a gold mine here, a silver mine there, something else, nearby. It's entirely kind of arbitrary in some ways. So anyhow, this is basically what they mean by hydrothermal deposition. It can be either from hot water percolating through the bedrock or magmatic waters being released as the magma cools. There's a lot of water basically in solution in the magma. And as it solidifies, it releases that water under very high temperatures and pressures. And that will dissolve some of the minerals in the magma and then precipitate those. So that's basically how probably the majority of metallic ore bodies form from one of those two processes. I think there's others, but those are kind of the two main ones. And that's why you tend to see mines near old volcanism or sometimes relatively fresh volcanism, but generally old volcanism, because these processes generally happen deep in the earth and they'd be too far to find or mine. But over time, as plate tectonics occurs and these things get thrust up and then eroded down, then it becomes accessible. Okay, did that answer the question there? Yeah, Jeff, it's been really quite pleasant here until about the last week. Got down to, 5 below zero. And we shut everything down at about the right time, I think. We're pretty much shut down at Montana B at this point. Of course, the mill's been shut down for several weeks. But we got good stockpiles of ore sitting at the ranch. And and there's another one too. It's I believe it's Ore Deposits 101. On YouTube, and it's about 7 or 8 videos, and they're made by an expert, but designed more towards educating financial people, people moving lots amount of money. And so it's at a level you don't have to be an expert to understand it. They're pretty well done. And there's like 7 or 8 different major types of ore deposits that he goes through. How does this type of ore deposit form, and what does it look like, and how, what are you dealing with? So if you're really interested in more detail, see, Miner Jim agrees. Those are some really good videos. And don't be afraid if you're not a geologist, but you're curious, to just pause, open up another window, and type in rock types. When he says this is such and such, then go and look at that. Look up that particular rock, and you'll start learning your rock types and stuff too. So it can be very educational that way. Yeah, Nick Zentner is pretty good. I like him. And Ore Deposits 101 is pretty good. Totally different guy, different audience. Nick is talking to college students, I think primarily geology students, even if they're not necessarily planning on being geologists. But the Ore Deposits 101 guy, he's talking to money movers. Yeah, Forrest, every place this kind of activity happens is pretty hit and miss. Now, you remember I said the iron deposits are something different, and I don't recall Goldstream, but most of the big iron deposits were made several billion years ago when what they call the great oxygenation happened. When photosynthesis first occurred and took off, created a lot of oxygen, the iron in the oceans was, I believe, mainly iron sulfate, sulfide, something like that, which was soluble in a reducing environment. But when it got oxidized into iron oxide, it's not nearly as soluble. And so it just precipitated out and formed these immense banded iron deposits over millions and millions of years. And that's where a lot of our major iron ore deposits come from. Entirely different process. But Ore Deposits 101 is really good in terms of showing you the different ways that ore deposits are formed and what you need for them. So that's pretty good. And there was some recently too where they were looking again primarily at gold deposits, but the theory on that one is most gold deposits were formed more from the magmatic waters. And so they're looking for areas where they had large magma chambers that cooled, and then thrust faults that allowed the solutions from here to get up further. Big fault structures where the ground is doing this, and then this breaks the rock, and that creates that channel that these solutions can come up and then work into these secondary fractures. And I thought they made a pretty good argument that was a major process that forms these things. And for those of you who may have religious objections to millions and millions of years, I don't see any reason why God couldn't deliberately antique something and make it look like it was millions and millions of years old. But there's a lot of different methodologies used to determine the ages of these things, and they all seem to be relatively consistent in most cases. You know, anything from radioisotope dating to erosional things to, well, in some cases, for example, you can see processes today like, the ice layering, like in Greenland and such like that, where they can literally take a core and count the annual layers and get, I think it's around 10 to 20,000 years before they start getting smeared so bad that it's really hard to see them cleanly. But I mean, they have a pretty good record both in ocean sediments and ice cores that go back well over 10,000 years. My personal belief is the earth is really old, but if you don't believe that, then God seemed to have wanted to make it look like it was really old. I'm not going to argue with him. He can do whatever the hell he wants. He's way up there on the pay grade. Okay. I do believe there's a God. But that, is one of those things where you have to look at the evidence and say, okay, assuming this process happened, this is what we would expect to see. And if that's what you see, say, okay, it's a useful theory. If you don't believe it's correct, doesn't matter if it's useful. That's the key. Does it give you good predictions? And that's the definition of a useful theory. It can predict something that you go out and it turns out to be true. So if it'll tell you where to find gold, it's a useful theory. Okay. Any other questions? Now see how that one question just took us for, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes? That's why we like these questions. They come in very, very handy. So thank you, Adam. I'm getting faint. Must be the COVID. No, what?
When are we going to get a crystal mine? Because crystals are now becoming extremely rare, and a lot of them are more valuable than gold.
Yeah, certain specimens definitely are. When are we going to get a crystal mine? I don't know. A 100-foot vertical mine shaft. A lot of things could take you to do that. Is it following a structure? That's the first thing. And are there any other mines in the area? Typically, you wouldn't just dig a 100-foot shaft for no reason. You have to have a reason to say, okay, right here, there should be something. Goldstream says crystals have a bad habit of distracting. See, they affect your mind. So, Adam, in this particular case, were there any other mining type activities in the vicinity? And also, was it through bedrock? Was it through alluvium? What was the conditions? In the case of crystals, yes, it's not like gold. There are many people who will buy them, sell them. I know a lady from Arkansas. Those are the Tucson Rock and Gem show, and just one year showed up with a bunch of quartz crystals and was selling them. And we saw her there for many years until we stopped doing that show.
Museums are having trouble getting specimens anymore because private collectors are snapping them up.
Okay. So, and Forrest saying 100-foot shaft for no reason is called prospecting. Yes, Forrest, but I can guarantee you there's a reason they dug it there instead of someplace else. It can be private, but that's why I was asking, do you see any other signs of any mining at all? Because like if there was something that they saw dipping and decided they were going to intercept it deeper, then they probably would have taken a little bit out on the surface. And you can also, in the old times, that could be a well, depending on the circumstances. They didn't have drills like we have nowadays. And in certain circumstances, they would actually just dig a shaft as a well.
My grandmother's well was 3 feet across.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. They've been a booming business for quite a while, Forrest. I knew a guy who spent his whole life selling specimens and rocks and stuff like that. And that's also possible, Goldstream. That's why I was asking, was there a particular structure there? Was there anything else around there to try and give me an idea? If there was like a quartz vein that they were following down, well, okay, they were following that quartz vein because they thought there was something there. If there's a quartz vein nearby that was dipping down to where they would intercept it further down on that shaft, that might be it. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, they usually don't just dig for the exercise. Now, it's quite often futile, but it's not meaningless. There was a reason. It might have been a long shot. It might have been, perfectly plausible. But it wasn't just flip a coin, see where it lands on the map, and say, let's dig a hole there. Almost never there. And it can also be just flat fraud, where somebody is selling investors on the idea that there's gold there. We just got to dig a shaft. And you would be surprised what people will pay money to do. Some of the claims that have been out there pretty far-fetched, yet, got investors. Yeah, there's a lot of prospect shafts around. That's what I'm saying. I mean, typically it's not going to be by itself. There's going to be more stuff in the area. Forrest, that's what you've been doing? Don't use a coin. Throw a dart. Makes much more precise thing. Yeah, fraud hole. It happens more than you would think because it is a lot more reliable way to make a profit to mine investors rather than the earth. It's been going on forever. People go out there and make claims that people who have money, for whatever reason they have the money, someone with a really good dog and pony show can convince an amazing number of people that he's correct and sincere. But it's just really hard to tell. And look around, see what the heck, see if there's any way you can figure out what the heck they were trying to do. And if there was nothing, it may just be either fraud or craziness. I heard of one guy who was digging a tunnel for 20 years underneath a mountain, just absolutely convinced that he was going to hit the mother lode, and there's never hit anything, but he was convinced. I knew a guy once that was convinced he looking for Spanish treasure. Don't know if there actually was any Spanish treasure, and that part of it was perfectly reasonable. It's just how to find it. Well, I know we never found any, but I had a lot of good hikes. And the nice thing about looking for Spanish treasure is you don't bring back 20 pounds of samples. You go out, your water gets lighter, the food gets lighter, and you're not grabbing, stuffing rock in your pack to bring back with you. So that's, but he was convinced. He was also convinced he could dowse. He'd have a map and he'd have his dowsing rods, the little L-shaped metal rods, and he'd ask questions and it would, do yeses or nos and things like that. But I never saw him find anything by dowsing that he didn't already know was there. And that's, pretty useless. To use a technique to find something when you already know where it's at, just go to it and dig it up. And, but he wasn't terribly interested, at least on a conscious level, in investigating the veracity of his techniques by, for example, saying, okay, Keith, I've got this large, front yard. I want you to hide some and then rake the whole thing so I can't tell you where you did it. and then you go sit in the house and drink a lemonade, and I'll go out there and douse the front yard and see if I can find it. And so that's, there's a lot of that out there. There's a lot of wishful thinking and a lot of fraud in this business. So make sure that you don't fool yourself. Okay. There's no reason you can't be doing something just for the fun of it, but don't let yourself get trapped into the, I believe it must be there if there's no evidence. You may be correct, but never destroy your finances trying to find out. It's more likely it's wishful thinking if you don't have a darn good reason to believe it's there. And don't fall for BS. I mean, I have a fairly good BS detector. That's one reason why a lot of the stuff that's going on right now, I go, yeah, because there's certain techniques people use, whether they be financial charlatans, whether they be religious charlatans, whether they be political charlatans. There's certain techniques that they use that are fairly consistent. And if you learn to follow the methodology, then you can say, okay, something's going on here. You may not know exactly what's going on, but you know something is going on. They're trying to hide from you, or they're crazy enough that they don't even know it themselves. But part of their brain is smart enough to try and fake you out. Usually those people are the easiest to spot because since they really believe, it's awful hard for them to hide the inconsistencies because they're a true believer. The person who can lie to you best is the guy who knows he's lying and doesn't believe in it in the first place. So he's thinking, well, where's the skepticism going to come from? What's going to be the tip-off? What do I have to watch out for? That guy is a lot harder to spot than the guy that's the true believer, but just off in la la land. Okay. He's usually pretty easy to spot fairly quick. Not necessarily at the beginning. His story may sound really good at the beginning, but watch how it develops and how it correlates with what we call ground truth. When you go out there and he says, look at that, isn't it obvious? And you're like, no, no, that's not obvious to me at all. Yeah, like the treasure of Oak Island and stuff like that. So you have to be aware of these things. And I say, I'm looking around right now and I can see some serious tip-offs that people are trying to deceive me for some reason, and they know they're trying to deceive me. I can tell what they're in general trying to deceive me about. I personally can't tell with any certain, confidence exactly what the truth is. But I can tell from the behavior where they're avoiding certain things that are just blatantly obvious. This should be happening and it's not. Okay, then they don't care about that result. They're trying to create some other result for whatever reason that is. And that just means I know I can't trust them. Of course, in general, you should never trust a politician. I'm sure it's older than that, but Robert Heinlein once had in a book, he says, Joe's an honest politician. It was in Stranger in a Strange Land. And the guy says, there's no such thing as an honest politician. And the guy says, of course there is. An honest politician is one who stays bought. So, let's say you just, sometimes it's easy to spot the flaws. Other times it's a lot harder. Somebody here, Goldstream, I never believe anyone selling a gold mine. Test yourself. And don't trust yourself either. Okay. You can be a victim of wishful thinking also. And that's possible, Jeff. I believe there are people who can douse. Okay. Um, but they don't make a big deal of it, and they prove it by successfully doing it. There's other times I've heard reports. I've never really seen somebody dousing that I had faith in. Although we had a guy that I worked with one time said he could, and this guy was an honest dude. I don't think he was bullshitting. But another time, my ex-wife from many years ago said that her father was dousing a property that he'd purchased, and she said he got a really strong reading at a particular spot. He's using the two wires, bent wires thing they cross. And I said, well, how could you tell it was a strong reading? He said, well, the ends of the tips bent down a little bit. And he said they got hot. So he let go of them. And I go, okay, well, that could be a misinterpretation of her. Says, and then she said, then he got some tissue paper, wrapped it around them, and was doing that, and the tissue paper started smoking. Okay, now that is an objective phenomenon. I don't know if she was telling the truth, whether she was whack, whatever. But if in fact you saw someone dousing and they said the rods are getting hot, grabbed some tissue paper, wrapped it around the rods, and they started smoking, I'd be paying attention. Yeah, Goldstream, that I wouldn't be surprised. Did you pay him is a question too. Because if you're paying someone to do something, then they have a motivation to convince you they can do it, whether they can or not. Yeah, and again, it's never, all the experts say it's unless you're really, really good, it's never 100% consistent. But if you can achieve better results than chance by a significant margin, it's a useful tool. It could even be subconscious, you know. It doesn't matter how it works. I mean, even if it's just your subconscious mind looking around, spotting the stuff, integrating it and saying, yeah, right here. If it works, go with it.
Wow.
It's possible, Goldstream. What kind of used mining equipment? Sports? I mean, there's the back of the California Mining Journal, but there's also used equipment dealers and stuff like that too. So yeah, there's a lot of them. So yeah, there's lots of places to do that. Looking for a shaker table, I'd try the back of the California Mining Journal to start with. And I would also caution you that unless you've done a lot of testing on your ore before you buy it, you should probably take some ore to it and make sure it works for you, because extraction processes are very, very ore dependent. So it may work fine for something else and just not work for your ore. It's not like the equipment's bad necessarily. It's just not suitable for what you're doing. For example, a bulldozer is not good at smoothing a road unless you're damn good with a bulldozer. Goldstream says, try Savona equipment. I don't know if Nelson and those people sell used equipment or not. Yeah, and I say, the guy I knew, he said, yeah, he used to do that for when he worked for the Public Works Department. If they couldn't find the plan for it, he'd douse the pipe. Yes, there is stuff in the western states. But I say the first one I'd check for a shaker table is California Mining Journal. And yes, Forrest, that may be it. It doesn't matter if it works. And that's another thing. I'm very open-minded about how something works. First prove to me it works. I've had some people prove to me some things by just simply doing it. And it's like, okay, I can't think of any explanation for that other than something non-conventional. Standard science doesn't give me an answer to this question. Okay, Tricky Dicky suggests basically handles for them. The guy I knew drilled holes in wooden handles so they could pivot very, very easily. Miner Jim says MSI in Colorado has used mining equipment. Yeah, Patrick, I've seen many different ways of doing that. Most people call it dowsing. Witching is another one. Again, I've never heard of it getting hot except in this one case. But that that would be pretty convincing to me, especially if I knew the person wasn't a good sleight of hand magician. But yeah, I've had a few things happen where it's like, yeah, sure. For example, there was this one lady I knew, it wasn't Eva, so I don't think it was, but I was trying to just create um, frequencies in my mind, basically, trying to like project a sound mentally, sort of thing. And I was saying, is this the frequency that would do this? And she's like, no, you need to go up a little bit, and it's like, that one, yeah, that's it. So we did a couple other things. And then I go, and is this that original frequency there? I think it was healing energy was what I was trying to do. And I deliberately, in my mind, did lower than that. I didn't duplicate what I did before. I deliberately changed it a bit. She goes, no, that's a little bit too low a frequency. You need to take it up a little bit. Now, how the hell would she know that if I wasn't doing something that she could observe? Now, how could she observe what I'm thinking? Okay. I would consider that to be beyond current science. I don't consider it to be impossible. It's non-conventional. It's not currently explainable. But that's, let's say, an example of, I can't think of a reason why she would have been able to do that if she wasn't simply doing what she said she was doing, which is listening to the frequency I was trying to make with my mind. There you go. Try it, Tricky. Okay. Some people do different things, like, maybe wrap a gold wire around them or whatever, but try it. It might work for you. If you can douse, then why not be able to douse for gold? I don't know. One way you could test that too is when you get some gold, or you have a little sack of nuggets, whatever, just have your wife bury it in a field, someplace where she knows she can find it, and then rake the whole field real smooth, real consistently, basically, so you can't see where the disturbance was, and see if you can find it. You know? I used to drive where we had a radar detector. Yeah, blind dude. That could have also been subliminal. I mean, your eyes saw something that you didn't really recognize, something subtle. It's possible, not necessarily the explanation. It's just potentially from what I know. On the other hand, if it was around the corner and the cop normally wasn't there, then that's pretty probative. Yep. Okay, Goldstream says Nelson Machinery has maybe 30 used shaker tables on their site. Okay. I agree, Kodak. If you can make it work, I believe you can do it, whatever the hell it is. I don't have to understand how you. I've seen lots of magicians do stuff. I don't know how they do it, but they can do it. You know. For placer mining, a shaker table has a trommel is not a piece of recovery equipment. It's a classifier. A shaker deck. I think it depends on how much clay is in it, how much you need to beat it up. Jim, are you still here? BC wants to know when you use a shaker deck or a trommel. And I believe that if it's got a lot of clay in it and you need to beat it up, then you need the trommel. If you don't need that, the shaker deck is more efficient. Costs less, lighter, and everything else. Wonderful, Terry. That's got to be great. Yeah, Patrick, Eva can know stuff, and I don't know why, but sometimes when she says we need to do this, like we need to get out of Arizona, I listen to her because she's right. Like this last election, she said Trump's not going to win easy. It's not going to be a cakewalk. You're kidding me. He gets 10,000 people to a rally and Biden gets 100. What are you talking about? Well, who was right?
I also told you that Romney wasn't going to get elected, and I told you the first time we saw Trump in a rally, he was our next president.
Yeah.
Didn't believe me then either.
Well, one thing I was also fun. Now that she has intuition, but she's also really smart. What was funny is that first Trump rally we were at, sometime in the middle of it, these protesters came in and they had signs and this, that, and the other, and it really fired up the crowd. Okay. Just totally fired up the crowd. And after a couple minutes,
yeah,
they were escorted out and everything. And then Eva turns to me and very quietly asks, how did they get past security? And she's right, because it said no signs, none of this stuff was allowed in. And there was plenty of security. They couldn't have got in if they hadn't been let in. And we saw the same thing happen in Tucson at the rally there. We didn't see it at the second set of rally. When we were in 2020, we didn't see it at the Tucson rally. But we saw it at the Tucson rally in 2016 and the Phoenix rally in 2016. How do those protesters get in? So that was, an interesting observation on her part. But I say, there's times where she just, and it depends on how hard she puts down her foot. If she's like, I think this or I think that or, whatever, it's like, okay, fine. But when she says, we got to go, we got to get out of Arizona. And you can hear the intensity in her voice. It's like, okay, I listen. Okay. When she says, don't do certain things that, a lot of people are doing nowadays that some people have questions as whether or not they should do it, which I'm not allowed to talk about on YouTube. She says, no, don't. Bad juju. Okay. I'll go with that. And so That's it. And BC Gold, look for used equipment on that one too. Shaker screens and stuff are, they're out there. Among other things, Roberts. And I say, I believe in what you might call the supernatural. I believe that people can deceive themselves very well to see the supernatural when it's not there. And you have to try and be as unemotional as possible when analyzing these things. So you just go with it. And the other question is, does it matter? I mean, honestly, does it change your decision-making process? If it doesn't change your decision-making process, there's no need to worry about it. Is this guy correct or incorrect? I don't know. Don't care. Doesn't matter. What are those? The reptilians from Epsilon Boutets?
Yeah.
Are the reptilians from Epsilon Boutets running the show? I don't know. What's their motivation? Does it matter? If not, who cares? Wait till something happens. But if it matters, then you got to consider things, especially if it's going to be expensive or dangerous. In the case of moving to Montana, pretty well. I lived through Arizona most of my life. No reason not to move that way or whatever. Had some interesting stuff to do up here. Had some contacts that made things pretty safe to come up here. Plus, I can always bail back, And the electric K&M crusher. I personally don't have an opinion because I've never used it. Has anyone used an electric K&M crusher? Yeah, I've been rendered surgically non-fattening too. I'm low-calorie, blind dude.
Actually, these days you're no cal.
Ooh, harsh. Very, very harsh. Arizona must have been going to crap. I believe it was definitely headed in that direction. The progressives had taken over Tucson a couple years before, and they were starting to take over the Phoenix area. And you've got a lot of immigration issues down there. Okay, Lars, how's the gas K&M crusher work? It says chains wear out fast. Okay. And say when your chief of police says, we get the crime rate's too high, let's stop investigating crimes. That's not a good sign for the future. I remember when me and Gonzo, at the end of a day of work, we went into a Circle K. Now he's packing a 357. I'm packing a 44 Magnum. That guy walks up along the sidewalk, opens the door for us. We walk in. He walks over to the beer case, grabs 2 suitcases of beer, and walks out the door. And it's like, okay, this is getting pretty bad. Hey, Goldstream, does it require a chain or could you put bars on there? Because, chains are nice. They got some flexibility and this and that, but how come you can't just put a chunk of hardened steel? Yeah, screens, that's a different thing. That's why I like the air classification on my impact mills, because you don't wear out the screens. I mean, if you can wear out 1/4-inch plate quickly, how can any screen handle that? Yeah, I believe it, John. I believe it. The yeah, it's going to hell in a handbasket several places, and they have same kind of management. That's how come, you know. Yeah, you can make some hammers out of AR plate. Yep, absolutely. So that's the thing is if the chains aren't doing it, I just try and make some bars and see what happens. Also, you can hard face a bar a lot easier than you can hard face a chain. Because it's the edges that wear out, so you know exactly where the wear is going to be, and so you can put the hard facing exactly where you need it, and that's one of the advantages of my impact mill is that I know exactly where it's going to wear, and I can fight that wear. Um, just happen to have some here. This is one of the wear plates out of my mill. Now this is 1/4 inch standard mild steel plate. This was not a hardened plate, not tempered, not an AR. See how that hard facing holds up? This is probably the third or fourth time I hard faced these. And of course now the plate itself is so thin that it's useless to worry about. It's going to come apart pretty soon. So I just took them out and threw them off. But that's one of the advantages when you're using something like this. You know exactly where the wear is going to happen, so you can hard face it. In my case, I just weighed them and added a little more hard facing to the ones that were light until they were all balanced. And that worked out fine. It doesn't have to be a high precision balance in mine. And yeah, Miner Jim brings up a good point. The K&M will wear out the housing. If they're cheap, it's just a wear part. If it's not, you need to line it. Well, hard facing. Oh, I think he's making insinuations there. You're blocked from the chat. Wow, Kevin. So, anyhow, so hard facing works pretty good when you've got a fairly limited area that's wearing. You know, it's not as good for covering large areas. Hard face the inside of the drum. Yeah, you could do that, but you have to be careful. It can distort things a bit. So that's why mine's octagonal, because you can just put wear plates in there, and when they wear out, you throw them away. You know that they've got particular points of increased wear with the and there's some wear bars there to protect the bolt heads, and yeah, they last quite a while. Then you know once it gets to the point where the plate itself is worn almost through, throw it away. It's hard to tell, blind dude. It's really weird. Yeah, Goldstream, you could do that. Yes, a good welding class is extremely useful in this business. Absolutely, Brett. By the way, nice to see you. I don't recall seeing your handle before, but yeah, do a lot of welding in this business. Exactly. Okay, little one, can you just take over for a minute while I take a slight um, break here?
Yep.
Yeah, but if it doesn't crack, you can maybe put the weld in a less critical spot, or you can bolt it.
Hero. Tricky, he can answer that question as soon as he gets back.
What's the question?
The question is, what is the gap you're using between the wear faces? Tricky has his set to around 3 millimeter.
You mean between the housing and the impactor?
He wants to know if you're talking about between the housing and the impactors. Hi, Brett. Well, you're new. Be sure you go back and look at all the former live streams and videos on the channel. We cover all kinds of stuff around here. Good night, Forrest. And yeah, never trust a fart at any age.
Is Forrest already gone?
Yeah, Tricky said yes.
1/4 inch is my general, although it can go up to a 1/2 inch and still work pretty well. Say a 1/4 inch works fine. It doesn't have to be close. Oh, and by the way, for some of your newbies, if Forrest's still here, that'd be great. If not, a couple years ago, we were up doing some dredging with some guys up in Idaho, and Eva was she wasn't feeling too good. She'd gotten injured, kind of cracked her pelvis and stuff, and Forrest was staying in the same little campground we were, and he was dredging right there, and he was very, very helpful, keeping an eye on her, and if she needed anything, and it made me feel real good to know that there was somebody who was there to help her out if she needed it. So he was a really, really good guy, and I really appreciate all he did there to help us out. Hey, Mohammed. That is correct. It's an impact mill, not a grinding mill in that kind of case. The rotor is moving at 1,000 RPM or more. Let's see, it's about 12 inch. What would be the tip speed on that? So we got pi d, 3.14 times 2. So about 6 feet in circumference. So the tip is actually traveling at like a mile per minute, you know? So that would be, the tips are running 60 miles an hour inside the impact mill. And the rock will hit the housing or wear bars on the housing, slow it down, it bounces up, and then that tip hits it at 60 miles an hour. Oh, little one, quick, over here. Quick, quick, put it down. Little one, get over here.
Oh! Hi, Ryan. Look at my shirt. Look at my shirt. Isn't that so cool? I have a cool shirt. Oh, geez. What? You don't think it's cool? It's totally cool. That is my Ryan.
Oh, by the way, Ryan, I've got a positive COVID test. I was supposed to have cataract surgery on Thursday. So I've taken a second test. We'll get the results tomorrow. I'm feeling just fine.
I told him this is a sign he needs to call farmers and increase the life insurance because like 20K, ain't gonna do nothing with inflation.
It was funny. She's telling me, you need to increase your life insurance right now.
Oh, Ryan, it's good to see you.
Um,
Well, actually, I'd like to really see you. That is my boy. He is like a serious bureaucrat, people.
yep.
One of my boys.
Yep. What max diameter rock? I've got a 3/4 inch grizzly, Mohammed. And effectively, I'm feeding it 1/2 inch minus, and it demolishes it real fine. That last thing we were doing with the one we built for Jimmy, I think we were getting like 90% passing 60 mesh. Yeah, Ryan. The one thing that Eva has commented that she doesn't like being up here, she doesn't get to see you and Dylan nearly as often. Aside from that, she's perfectly happy never to see Arizona again.
Arizona sucks rocks. Now, if my son ever gets married, I will be happy to come to the wedding.
Yeah, I'm sure it can take bigger rock. One of the problems, Mohammed, the bigger the rock you throw in, the higher the wear rates. If you can like crush your rock to 1/4 inch minus easily, and still keep the feed going properly, then you're going to have less wear in the impact mill. So that's the trade-off. Basically, your throughput will go up and your wear will go down if you feed finer rock into an impact mill, everything else being equal. You take care, Ryan. Nice to hear from you. It always makes your mama happy. What part of Arizona, blind dude? Starting to get tired. Yeah, a belt drive has the advantage of if anything goes horribly awry, at least your engine usually doesn't get destroyed. Mine was running 125 pounds an hour of total rock from 1/4 inch minus, probably about 3/8 minus input to say 80% passing 60 mesh output. And so, yeah, a couple rocks per every 30 seconds. Yeah, more than that. But again, the finer you crush it, the faster you can run through it and the less wear you're going to get out of it. Apache Junction, huh? Yeah, try and stay on the east side of Phoenix there. Shouldn't be too dangerous. But yeah, mine has a 6-inch wide chamber. I made one with an 8-inch wide chamber for another gentleman. Most of the other stuff was fairly similar, and it was crushing about 200 pounds an hour. And mine is air classifying, so it doesn't use a screen or anything like that. Any tips on the dust separation method? You mean where you're trying to get the dust out of the airflow and such? You can add a little moisture and it'll cause that dust to clump a lot better, but you have to get the right amount of moisture content. It's a little bit forgiving, but the moisture it is, the slower you have to feed it. And Goldstream is correct in that you can use a lot of water with an impact mill, but not with mine, because mine uses their classification, and you're going to lose that if it's wet. In my case, Mohammed, there are 4. For this was when it was a 4-inch wide. No, actually, I think these are the ones I just took out. So this is from a 6-inch wide mill. And there's 4 of these. We have videos up. You'll be able to see what it looks like. Good, Chris. You've been known. As a matter of fact, folks, Chris fixed me up just a few days ago when I was trying to get the density of this bead. The volume of a sphere is 4/3 pi r cubed, and
Yeah, instead of going with the R, Bear went D.
And I vapor locked, and it's 3 inches and 3 millimeters in diameter. So 3 times 3 times 3, and I'm getting a density of like 1.8. And I'm going like, nah, there's no way. So I called Chris and said, okay, Chris, here's the situation in terms of it's this big and it weighs this much. Can you calculate the density? And he's doing this. And as he's talking over the phone, he goes, 1.5 times 1.5. I said, no, and I was like, oh, that's right. It's R, not D. And yeah, that was the mistake I made. I don't know about his. On mine, I'm running a 1-to-1 ratio. It's a gas engine, and I'm running it fairly high up in the power band, but it says 1600 max RPM. I'm guessing I'm in the 12 to 1400 range. I did the calculations based on 1000 RPM, and that gave me 60 miles an hour. If it was doing, 1200 RPM, then it would be more like 80 miles an hour. But yeah. How many months does the snow normally last? Serious snow up here usually lasts 3-4 months, although the cold weather lasts longer than that. But it's fairly dry here. They don't get a great deal of precipitation. Where Chris Georgie is, the Sierra Nevada mountains in his area, they can get, well, on the tops 12, 15 feet of snow, and it can still be skiing on the 4th of July. So in our case, it's not so much the temperature as it is that it's just fairly dry. It doesn't precipitate too much. So there's not a whole lot of snow, but I mean, we haven't had much snow melt in the last 3 or 4 days because it hasn't gotten above freezing. Yeah. I don't know, Tricky. What do you think about that, Chris? The 1600 I just mentioned, that is the RPM maximum of the engine. The engine is rated at 1600 RPM max. And I've got a 1-to-1 ratio in terms of the pulleys are the same size, 2 6-inch pulleys. And so that's where I came with that. But I don't run it right up against the governor at max either. BC Gold, what size gold do you have and what is it in? They can do certain things pretty well, but if it's reasonably big gold in a normal type matrix, and that you're probably better off with just a sluice. You'll get good recoveries and a lot cheaper. The air classification, Jeff, you can go to where you're taking 1/4 inch minus material and squeezing it, and it'll kind of clump together, and that moisture is still fine. Okay, you will have to slow down just a little bit, but that will almost eliminate fugitive dust. It'll clump together, and it's so heavy it just won't float on the breeze. So that's what I try and do, is keep it a little bit below that, but right around that area. I'll take the slower throughput to eliminate the dust. Yep. We'll see if we can figure it out, Tricky. Yeah, it's worth a test. I agree with that. There may be certain things that really improve it a little bit, you know, not necessarily like a catalyst, although that might be, but more like an adjuvant. You mean I got to keep light? Yeah, Jeff, it works pretty good to a fairly modest moisture content. You don't want it sticky wet, but and you can also add some water to it, and you can have, like, wet particles and dry particles, and it'll blend that all up. And so that's what I do. I try and get a kind of an average. The better the longer time it has to work together, the better. I mean, I can just spray the pile and then just shovel and kind of mix it in the bucket. As
Oh,
it's feeding
wow.
it works.
This is terrible.
What?
A woman claims that she was virtually groped in Meta's VR metaverse.
She was virtually groped in a virtual reality.
Yes, in
No.
Facebook's VR metaverse. She was virtually groped.
Okay. I'm sure it would be, Mohammed, but it would probably be very cost prohibitive. Yes, that is one of the situations where it might very well work better. The negative to a hydromatic is maintaining fluidization of the bed. The one I have, I actually put another outlet lower down on the side so the bed is not as thick, to make it easier to fluidize it. And that seemed to help, although the one I was using, it also turned out to work reasonably well on really fine gold. I mean, down to 500 mesh. But the gold would only be just below the surface. That surface, as the waves washed back and forth, the gold will work its way down just a little bit into the surface and kind of stick there. So I was catching like 400 mesh gold. If you were having water issues, that might come in handy, although you might be able to get a lot more throughput by just having a recirculation set up with a sluice. Again, it depends on the size of the gold in the matrix. If it'll work well in a sluice, you might be better just recirculating, because the hydromatic is not a high throughput device. In a placer situation, I don't know. I never did that, but I'm guessing half a ton an hour. And, a decent sized sluice, 12 inches wide, can do a ton or two an hour, especially if you're screening it. Of course, the hydromatic does have a bit of a screen, but it's not the kind of like what a high banker would use, where you got a lot of water flushing on it.
Bloomberg News co-founder champions Biden economic performance as unbeatable.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I say it has its uses. Huge amounts of throughput is not one of them, but it can recover pretty fine gold under certain circumstances. But it does tend to pack the bed. Okay. Despite that water distribution underneath it, it still tends to pack the bed a bit. Okay. So say be aware on that one. What I did to kind of try and help that was I made a little grid. I welded some pieces of pipe on top of a piece of expanded metal and put that on the water distribution grid so that those pipes are being jerked through the bed as it's doing its thing. I'm also trying to remember, I may have increased the throw on it also, but I'm not sure. What was their last statement, little one? Jeff didn't catch it.
Well, apparently Bloomberg has decided, let me find the exact quote again here.
Oh, that Biden's economic results
Yeah,
were
that
unbeatable?
Biden's economic activity is Biden's economic success is unbeatable.
Ah, okay. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. War is peace, and we've never been at war with East
Asia.
East Asia. We've never been
We
at
have
war.
always been at war with Oceania.
Yeah.
Except on alternate Tuesdays.
Yeah, there is no such thing as ideal equipment in every situation. Haven't tried it with Placercons BC Gold, so I'm not sure. And again, it's going to depend on the size of your gold. But if you got it, I would take one and try it. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I just ignore that
Well,
stuff.
Biden apparently got a new puppy. We never did find out what happened to the dog that kept biting Secret Service agents and got banished.
Yeah. Was that your Keen Hydro box that you modified? Way back a couple of years ago, I did some videos on the new triple threat Keen is kicking ass or something like that. And I was specifically using it to try and get microfine gold recovery from crushed hard rock ore. But that's, yes, I was using a Keen Hydromatic. That could be true, Pat. I mean, he's setting new records in a lot of stuff. Just they're not usually
It's
the
still
ones.
snowing.
It's not usually the kind of things you want to set records in, but
In fact, it's snowing harder.
it's snowing harder, huh?
Woohoo!
Let me see. Oh,
Snow, 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 snow.
there's less than an inch from when I cleaned off the porch.
Did you ever put grit on that ice?
Yes, I did, but still be careful. Thank you, Jeff. I don't try to avoid placer. It's not my expertise. If Miner Jim were to come up with a really good placer and wanted me to help out and I wasn't otherwise committed, I'd be perfectly happy to. I got nothing against placer. Again, it's not my expertise. Now, where's the general? Not familiar with the reference, Chris. Say, I don't try and avoid it in the slightest. I was dredging out there with a guy for several months in Idaho.
By the way, I'm betting he deliberately engineered this positive COVID test because he doesn't want to take me to the gym every day.
Nah. I need to get the stitches out of this eye here sometime soon.
That worries me because
Well, if it's a serious issue, they'll just have to suck it up and do the protocol. I mean, removing stitches is not going to be that hard. That would be cool, Tricky. That would really be cool. I'm not sure what kind of stuff you have in the Philippines there, but I know we got some really different stuff up here. So that would be cool. Do you have much in the way of relatively tall mountains in the Philippines?
they have a volcano or two.
Up around here we have stuff up, running 3,000 meters.
They have a volcano
Yeah.
called Pinatubo, I think.
Well, one of them is. They got quite a few volcanoes in the Philippines. Ring of Fire, girl, Ring of Fire.
All right, here's my question. Do volcanoes have gold in them?
Some do, but it's not unusual to have gold around volcanoes. They say volcanic activity is how a lot of this mineralization occurs. Tricky says, maybe one day I'll bring the kids there for the snow. I said, that would be cool.
That would be very cool. I love children.
Yeah, she does. That reminds me, I saw some prospector videos some years ago. Okay. Little detail. They're not irritating, but I mean, there must be extremely fine stuff. But I presume they should be taken out someday. They're not the kind that dissolve. What do they call it? Like 10-aught nylon or number 10 nylon, something like that. Yeah. No, thank you, Chris. Jeez. Yeah, well, Tricky, the one problem with the snow around here is that it's while it's really cold. Now, if you go over near where Chris Georgie is, they have some really high mountains where the snow gets really deep. And I mean, they'll have snow on the 4th of July. Not just snow, but snow enough to ski on the 4th of July. So the temperatures are much more moderate when you still have snow. I'm frustrated that the Californicators have screwed up California so much because it's got some really amazing stuff in it. I love Yosemite. Mammoth Mountain is pretty awesome. And yes, that's right, Tricky. It's the heat from the magma that does it. But yeah, I say California's got some amazing stuff. Montana's beautiful too. I haven't seen anything in Montana yet that's as awesome as some of the stuff I've seen in California, like Yosemite. Glacier was beautiful. Absolutely. Record low temperature in the Philippines was 43 degrees. Sounds about right. But yeah, you guys are not going to be acclimatized to the cold. So if you want to see some snow, it might be better to visit Chris. Because I'm sure he could get you somewhere pretty quickly that's got some snow. And there's some awesome scenery over there. There really is. Yeah, Chris, you could take him over Tioga Pass or something like that in August. Yeah. Where are you at, Melinda? Yeah, Chris. I mean, Yellowstone's okay. I mean, it's got some interesting stuff, but it is not just awesome. I mean, the Tetons are okay. Absolutely. Canadian Rockies are a little more awe-inspiring. That's another thing you could do, Tricky. The Canadian Rockies in the summertime are reasonable temperature, but I mean, you can go out onto ice fields in 60-degree temperature, 60-degree Fahrenheit. Yep. No problem, Melinda. Murray, Utah. What part of Utah is Murray in? Not familiar with that one. That would be nice, Tricky. You might want to, I don't know, you might want to postpone it a little bit. Things are a bit weird here right now. Hey, Brett, Northern Virginia, not a whole lot of gold in that general area, but down in Georgia, there's some. By Salt Lake? Okay. I hate the traffic through Salt Lake. Whenever I have to go through Salt Lake, the rest of Utah is fine. You know, I'll come up through Page and zip on over to Hurricane and come up the freeway. And the only problem, all the way through Montana, basically on I-15, is Salt Lake City. What's terrible there right now? The whole societal situation, political situation. Actually, I used to live very close to the mountain with the highest snowfall. I think it was on Earth. Absolutely, Mount Baker got 100 feet of snow in one winter. Yeah, it's getting weird everywhere. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm not a happy camper. Uh, Lower Falls of Yellowstone, that's okay. It's not nothing like um, Yosemite, though. Good Lord. Go to Glacier Point. That's amazing. Yeah, that can happen, Chris. But yeah, Mount Baker in Washington, I don't know, 30 miles from the coast and about 10 miles from Kanukistan. Literally 100 feet of snow in one winter. Yeah, it's getting pretty packed there in Salt Lake. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, they're always, another problem is on the freeway, they're always building something. They're making it wider and wider. And of course, while they're making it wider, it's actually narrower. But yeah, I say, I'm not a big fan of big cities. Helena's all right. You know, what is it, 30,000 or something here?
Yeah, about 35,000.
You still on there, Jim? What's the population here in Helena? Really? You've never seen snow, Patrick? Wow. Um, you know, I'd love to visit with you sometime too, Patrick. I don't know.
Run some ice through an ice shaver. That is snow.
Yeah, that's some pretty crazy snowfall. Exactly, Brett. I mean, to give you an idea, the highest point of the road only goes up to about 6,000 feet on the mountain, Artist Point. We were there one time in June, early July, and you couldn't even get to Artist Point, but they did have the road cleared a mile or two from it. And even there was 8-foot walls of snow on both sides of the road. Yeah, Miner Jim, thanks you for reminding me. Yes, everybody, Merry Christmas and a happy holiday season. Hope you all have a good and peaceful and happy Christmas, and the family gets along.
Happy
and
Festivus.
Stuff. You bet, Tricky. If you can ever make it over here, we'll work out an itinerary for you. That'd be great. Yeah, you could go visit Chris and look at some of the stuff in California near him, and he's got some pretty stuff near him. And then cruise on over here. Just the drive from Chris's place to us, you're probably looking at about 14, 16 hours of driving on the freeway at freeway speeds. And that'll give you an idea of the size of the United States. That's an education in and of itself. I would love to, Tricky. Right now, I'm pretty booked, but it sounds nice in the wintertime. Tricky's inviting us to the Philippines there. And we'll see if things settle down or not, and whether or not we're all in one piece on the other side. Oh. Thank you, Melinda. I don't know if you got in kind of late, I think. Didn't see you for a while. I've had a positive COVID test, but I feel just fine. I went in because it was going to have a little eye surgery, so that's why the test. So we appreciate it. Yeah, Kodak, John, I'm not sure what's going on, but we need to make sure that bad things don't stay bad. Yeah, it'd be great, Tricky. Even I love to travel. Absolutely. So we would, and the best kind of travel is when you go with a local guide. My mom, she used to go on these cruises, and the interesting, you meet people from all over the world. One person she met was from Israel. So this lady's son was a taxi driver in Israel. So my mom, when she went to Israel, this guy was like her personal chauffeur for 2 or 3 days. And in Israel, that's plenty of time to see the whole country. And it's funny because they had like one of these terrorist flaps going on or whatever. And, we asked Mom, well, what was it like? Was it scary? And she goes, are you kidding? There's a couple soldiers on every street corner. I felt very safe. But the nice thing was there were no lines. That was hilarious. Yes, Jim, I agree. We thank everyone who shows up and asks questions and helps out. And no, I'm not afraid, Melinda. We've been taking vitamin D and zinc for weeks and weeks now. We're generally pretty healthy. I'm not even feeling any symptoms, so I'm not worried. It may be I'm more worried about getting these stitches out in my eye in time. I'll have to talk to them. I took a second test, so it could have been a false positive. You never know. yes, it's Merry Christmas to all. We've got, Christmas coming up before the next live stream. Everyone, please be safe, be happy, have a good time, and remember, uh, the time is for enjoying and thinking and like that. Try and avoid negative people during this time. People get too stressed. Um, people, even we don't do much for holidays in general. To us, every day is a holiday. We have each other. We have an interesting life. Things are fun and challenging. And I mean, it's like one long weekend, our whole life. Well, not our whole lives, but the latest part of our lives has been that way. And I want to thank Eva for a lot of that by just getting me to think outside the box. And so I'm not worrying about the stuff people normally worry about. So I say she's been very much a blessing in my life. And say I get to have fun, So, and I agree, Goldstream. It's really nice to have a relatively experienced hard rock guy and a pretty damned experienced placer guy at the same time. Sorry he wasn't here this week. He's got some ideas for some shows, but we just thought it would be best under the circumstances if he stayed away. And say we'll be fine. I'm convinced of that. I'm not worried in the slightest. It may be a little unpleasant time, but I've been through some unpleasant times. No big deal. Yeah, blind. That sounds good. I agree, Gold Miner. You're welcome, Brett. That's one of the things that's really great about that live stream. This live stream, we do have some pretty smart people here with a broad variety of experience and knowledge, and so that can be very, very helpful.
Be sure Brett has your email address so that if he wants to ask you any questions, he can.
If you want to take it down, Brett, my email is hardrocku@outlook.com. If you got a question or something, you need to get a hold of me, or you can just comment on any of my videos. You'll notice I don't spend a lot of time trying to grow my channel. Other people have done that much more successfully, but that's because I'm not doing it for the YouTube or for the YouTube money. I'm just bringing you guys along for the ride and to have some companionship on the ride. I'm doing my thing. I'm having fun. I'm making my mistakes, and hopefully you can learn from my mistakes a lot cheaper than you can from your own. Take care, Tricky. Brett says, thank you, Eva.
Welcome, Brett.
But anyhow, so I think that's about it for the night. And do we have any final questions, anybody? And I'll be chatting with you tomorrow, Chris, about furnaces and everything so I can present the best proposal to the boss there. You're welcome, Jeff. It's more fun with good company. Seriously. And say, but that's why you may notice I'm not trying to grow the channel per se. Because if I was to have, say Jeff Williams or Dan Hurd's people, I just couldn't do the kind of personal attention that I'm able to do that I like doing. What are the winning lotto numbers? Oh, shoot. If we had, Busted Knuckles here. He lives in hey, how about you, Patrick? You're in Australia. You're there. You're already in tomorrow. What are the lottery numbers? Uh, yeah, I finally got my own markers, so I don't have to wait for Jim. Good darn thing, too. All righty. My favorite mineral besides gold. I don't know if I have just one, but I really like the look of polished. God. Green copper mineral, polishes well.
Malachite.
Malachite. Absolutely. Malachite is beautiful stuff.
Labradorite.
Labradorite is pretty too. Yeah, that's right, Chris. Yeah. Eva likes the energy of labradorite too. That's why I made her that necklace.
Yeah, for those who have never seen labradorite,
It actually shows up pretty good.
he designed and made this.
Yeah, well, I assembled it. I didn't fabricate the individual parts, but I went looking for particular things at the Rock and Gem show and then dismantled and rearranged. Yep. Oh, dearie blind dude. Yeah, good thing Eva didn't read that. She wouldn't blush.
What?
Nothing important, little one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do I have to come over there?
No, you don't. You
Okay.
can if you want. I don't care. Anyhow. So, everyone, it's been another great show because of the great people. And thanks for all the help, everybody, especially Chris and Tricky Dicky and some of the other people that really know their stuff around here. And some of the people that ask some really good questions. That helps a lot. All righty. Well, in my COVID-induced fainting spell, I guess I'll sign off here. And if the situation either becomes clear that I'm not sick or I get sick and get better, whatever, I'll just post a little something on my channel just to let you guys know so you won't be worrying, okay? But I wouldn't worry about me, okay?
It'll be fine.
Yeah. All righty. Well, thanks a lot, everybody. Have a very, very Merry Christmas and a safe and happy holiday season here. And we will see y'all next Monday. Take care.